Meeting's now live. Good morning and welcome. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I would like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10 AM on 3rd of August. Other members of the committee are, and I'll let you introduce yourself, councillors, from Councillor Bajan to his right onwards.
Dave Bajan from Romsey.
Katie Thornborough from Petersfield.
Robert Dryden from Cherry Hinton.
Katie Porra from Market Ward.
Jennifer Page-Croft from Queen Edith Ward.
Naomi Bennett, Abbey Ward.
Alex Collis, King's Hedges Ward.
Jenny Gawthrop Wood, King's Hedges.
Thank you, councillors. And the officers permanently disabled this meeting are Area Development Manager Toby Williams, Legal Advisor Keith Barber, Committee Manager Sarah Steve, Producer James Goddard. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. And also, for people like me using computers, it's good to refer to the point in the text as well, about 6.3 or 7.2 or whatever. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure that you're switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that you do not interrupt the proceedings. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. I presume you can all hear me at the moment. Yeah, good. We aim to take a 30-minute lunch break between noon and 2 PM. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI/DPA request. Please make sure that your device is fully charged and you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application that you're registered to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I have advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, the speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the council debate, and that includes any comments in the chat as well, which is a form of debate. The committee will then discuss or debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned decision protocol. Where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation, the decision to determine the application will then be adjourned and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Moving on to agenda item 3, please could councillors declare if they have any declarations. Oh, hang on, have I missed something? Yeah, apologies. So apologies, I didn't think they're already because you're all here. But I know that Councillor Page-Croft is leaving at half-time and Ingrid is coming to replace you. 1 o'clock, yeah, okay, thanks. Agenda item 3, please could councillors declare if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which application the declaration relates to. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note that for item 13, 64 Cromwell Road, the applicant did contact me a while back as he heard me through a different thing, a development in my ward, but I didn't take any action. I forwarded it on to him to say pass on to the ward councillor, so I'm unfettered in my discretion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bajent.
Chair, I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign, and with regards to the application from Cromwell Road, or for Cromwell Road, I'm likely to excuse myself from the committee for personal reasons.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
I'm the ward councillor for the first site in Devonshire Gardens and have been approached by quite a lot of residents, with their opinion, and anything I've received I've forwarded on, and I've refrained from making any judgment ahead of this meeting.
Can't hear all that, Councillor. Could you just repeat it a bit louder, please?
Yes, I'm the ward councillor for Petersfield and has been approached by quite a few people regarding Devonshire Gardens, but I've not made any judgment on the application, so I'm unfettered, but I just need to let you know. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Chair. For item 9, I'm likely to excuse myself because I'm the relevant executive councillor and have been involved in the development of that project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, thanks for that. So, agenda item 4, minutes of the last meeting. Can I sign those as a true record? Yes, I can see thumbs up. Thank you very much. I'll do that now when I think of it. Right, first item of the day, Devonshire Gardens, item 5. So, planning officer, case officer Steve Fraser-Lim, who will make a presentation. In terms of speakers, I don't believe there are any objectors for this item. No. So we have Ben Pridgeon, the agent, has registered 2 speakers, Doug and Vic, who will share the 3 minutes that's available. And these people can come to the speaker desk at the end there when we're ready. So if you'd like to present the item then please, Steve. You're on screen somewhere. Hello, Steve. Hi. Morning. Can you hear me?
Hello, councillors. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I think it just dropped out, but I'm here.
Yeah, good, Steve. You're too quiet, Steve. So you need to get that microphone closer to your mouth, probably. I think on the bit of.
Okay. Yeah. Can you? Is that better?
Yeah. Sorry to be annoying having to lift it up like that, but you're going to have to do that. We can't hear you otherwise. Thanks.
Sure. I will just bring up the presentation for Devonshire Gardens. And can everyone see the presentation okay?
Yes, that's good. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, okay. So the application site is Devonshire Gardens. It's on the adjoins Devonshire Road and the railway lines and just to the south of Mill Road. It's currently in use as a Travis Perkins Builders Merchants. I'll just sort of give you the local plan sort of situation for the site. It's located adjacent to the Mill Road opportunity area. It's that site R9, which is sort of hatched in the centre of the plan there, adjacent to conservation area, and also site R9 is included in the local plan appendix as a site for development. It's listed as a Travis Perkins site, 1.23 hectares. It's currently a builder's merchants, and the sort of development identified for the site is around 43 dwellings. There is a previous planning permission on the site dating from 2011, which I think is no longer implementable, but this was for 43 dwellings and included retention of the builders merchants, and you can just sort of see that there. The site is also adjacent to the conservation area, and you can see that buildings which make a positive contribution to the conservation area just on the opposite side of the road, and also the line of trees which faces onto Devonshire Road is subject to a TPO order. Just some views around the site. You can see within the Travis Perkins yard, the entrance, the adjacent entrance to the rear of the Mill Road cottages, the view looking southwards down Devonshire Road. You can see the trees subject to the TPO there in the centre of the view. This is the view looking northwards up Devonshire Road and adjacent Angus Close, which is to the south of the site. This is the view from Mill Road Bridge, and you can see the current situation as existing building on site, and then outdoor storage, which you can sort of view, which is not a particularly attractive view currently. The application proposals are for a series of buildings arranged around a central courtyard. It's a mixed-use development with 70 residential units and a number of office buildings, which is the office buildings are B, C, and D, which are sort of adjacent to the railway line. And there's also a creche at the southern end of the site, and a number of sort of community use, active retail type uses within blocks A, F, G, and also C. Residential on upper floors. I'll just sort of move through these quickly, but members can always sort of review these later if necessary. The height increases. As you move, the office buildings B and C are 5 stories in height, but the residential fronting Devonshire Road is part 2, part 3, and you can see each of the blocks. This is block A with active frontages from the non-residential units on the ground floor. And
Steve, I don't know if it's possible to use your laser pointer, is it, rather than the little white arrow, if possible?
yeah,
we can see it better then on screen. Thanks. Sometimes it's not. If you can't use it, don't fuss. It's all right.
Okay, yeah, I'll try not to sort of confuse you by describing things that. So blocks B and C, office on ground floor, reception areas, cycle storage areas, cycle hub, co-working cafe space. The block D, ground floor, similar. Each of the blocks has dedicated cycle storage at the ground floor from easy access to the core of the building, and the creche, an outdoor play area. And then this is block F and G, the floor plans for the residential units. I won't dwell on these, but we can always come back if members want to look at them in a bit more detail. And then in terms of the elevations, predominantly sort of brick facades to the buildings, with a variation of brick tones and colours, and also some sort of detailed elements, recessed panels, and so on. This is the sort of frontage block on block A. You can see the sort of some of the detailing to block A, metal clad sort of elements as well. Those sort of more bronze colours, and you can see some of the sort of recessed brickwork detailing that we'll be looking to capture by planning condition. Block D. Block E, which is the creche, is a sort of different design approach. It's a more timber clad appearance. The intention is that it sort of stands out from the others as the community facing use, and it's also constructed with cross-laminated timber construction, which is a more sustainable form of construction with less embodied carbon, so that I think the external appearance is intended to kind of reflect that a bit. Blocks F and G, which are the residential. And the cross-section just sort of shows the relationship with Devonshire Road houses on the opposite side of the street and the TPO trees and the courtyard space. Again, the sections, and that shows that relationship a bit more. You know, it's a fair distance set back from the frontage with Devonshire Road behind the trees, and some views around the site. The entrance, Block A, looking down Devonshire Road. There's a previous application which members will recall went to planning committee in December, and a similar application that was refused by committee. There were two main reasons for refusal. One was around the sort of scale, massing and height of the buildings, particularly in those views across Mill Road Bridge, but also some of the other important views from the Carter Bridge, which we'll see in a bit. And there was also concern about the landscape design, that it was just too intensive. There was too many things going on. There were mounds, large trees, and that it would just be, it was too much kind of things for the intensity of the use, which would be also for, you know, for the residents and workers. So it was, that was an area of concern. So this application is a revised application. It attempts to address those reasons for refusal. And the main difference between this application and the previously refused one is the reduction in heights of blocks C and D. So they were previously 6 stories and they've come down to 5 stories. Change of use of block D from residential to office. The number of residential units has decreased as a result of that change, so it's gone down from 100 to 70. There's been an increase in, oh sorry, it says residential floor space, that should mean commercial floor space, office floor space, from 12,598 to 13,195. The creche block E is being redesigned, and as I said, with the cross-laminated timber construction. The landscaping has changed, it's been simplified, and there's been some other changes to the vehicle entrances and car parking spaces. And also some of the mitigation measures that were identified in the overheating assessment in terms of sort of brise-soleil to the south elevation of block A, and also a little part of blocks F have been incorporated into the design. Members may recall.
Repeat on the previous slide, can you just repeat bullet point 4, just in case anyone missed what you said and was looking at it for that minute there? So
yeah,
it's a typo, isn't there, on bullet point 4?
Yeah, it shouldn't say residential, it should say office. If we replace office with residential, residential with office. So yeah, it's the amount of office floor space has increased from 12,598 to 13,195, and that's due to the change from in use of block D from residential to office. You can see, members may recall that from the previous committee there was quite a lot of consideration of how this scheme related to some of the other developments that are taking place in the area, and whether the scale of that it was proposed was appropriate. And this slide shows the site in relation to the sort of CB1 developments that were taking place, as well as the ironworks development to the north. And the concern was that this development, the development was just, it was larger than ironworks, and it was sort of similar height to the tallest buildings in CB1, which wasn't appropriate given its location, you know, further from the train station and closer to the conservation area. This just kind of shows that expanded elevation a bit more, and then you can see that photo on the bottom of the slide is showing the ironworks development. So the application has been reduced in height because we've taken off a story, so it's come down from 6 to 5. So the height now, it was 26 metres and it's now 22.2. So that brings it sort of pretty much similar to ironworks, a little bit higher, but pretty close. And you can see that in that kind of elevation at the top of the screen, where the site is kind of comparable to ironworks, and it's now below the height of the CB1 buildings, most of the CB1 buildings. So this, we feel, is a more sort of comfortable building height, given its location, sort of moving away from the train station and into the more kind of closer to conservation area of Mill Road and so on. So now I'll just show you some of the Townscape Visual Impact Assessment images, and you can see the changes. This is existing, looking across Mill Road Bridge. This was the previously refused scheme, so it's 6 stories adjacent to the railway line, and then this current proposal reduces that by a story, so it's down to 5 on those main blocks that are most prominent blocks there. This is the view within the site, so this is the previously refused scheme, 6 stories, and now with the current application, 5 stories. And then the southern entrance to the site, and you can see ahead there is block D. That was previously refused. It was residential, and now it's been reduced in height as so. So we feel all sort of positive changes that do kind of respond to that reason for refusal around design. This is another view that was a concern from the Carter Bridge existing. In the existing, you can just see the ironworks development in the crane there, construction underway. And then this was the refused application. So sort of projecting above those trees. And then the current application, which sits more comfortably within that view. They're just moving on to the landscaping, which was also a previous reason for refusal. So this is the refused scheme. The courtyard, we felt, did have the potential to be a good space and a real sort of public, good quality public open space that could do a range of things, because it's got a sort of public art pavilion in the centre of the site, potential for outdoor seating, as well as trees, soft landscaping, biodiversity enhancements. But we were concerned with the mounding and that potential for desiccation, and that it would also just be there's just too much going on. So this was previously refused, and the proposals have changed, and they've been simplified. The mounding has been removed, and whilst the broad spreading trees are still retained, which is a sort of positive thing from a biodiversity and a sort of shading point of view, some of the smaller, more ornamental trees have been removed, which just sort of simplifies the space a bit more and makes it a bit more usable and flexible. So that's the northern part of the landscaping. This is the southern part. This is the refused application, and then the proposal. So you can see the large trees are still there, but there's some of the smaller ones have been removed. But still, in terms of tree planting overall across the development, there's still a large number of trees proposed to be planted. And then this CGI just sort of illustrates it a bit. You can see some of the mounds which have sort of been flattened out, and we feel this also responds well to the reasons for refusal of the previous application. I'll just stop there. We can always revisit wish to look at any of those details. I'll just draw members' attention to the amendments sheet and some additional comments received from a number of the other from local groups, Mill Road Traders Association and so on. There's also a comment there from the ambulance service. We're just requesting delegated authority to consider this a bit more, because it's not something that's sort of listed in our financial contributions SPD as being as something that we would normally seek. So we want to make sure that it meets the regulations. The recommendation is as set out in the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Steve. So Doug and Vic, all speakers. I don't know whether you want to do what you want. Actually, sorry, a bit of us. Want to share the microphone or come one at a time? One at a time, is that best for you? We can stop the clock anyway, 3 minutes between you. So Doug, if you come first then. All right. You're Doug Higgins, your project manager to the applicant. So when you're ready.
Good morning. I am Doug Higgins, the project director from Socius, leading this planning application on behalf of our investor partners, Railpen. Following the committee's decision to refuse planning permission in December last year, we decided not to appeal and instead make significant changes to positively respond to the concerns raised. The application that you have in front of you today reflects these changes, most notably reductions in height to a maximum of 5 stories and redesign of the landscaping to make the park and green spaces more accessible. We are thankful to the council team for their work and pleased that this application has been recommended for approval. Today, the site is the Travis Perkins Builders Yard, with over 120 HGV movements every week along small residential roads, which cause significant pollution, congestion, and risk to other road users. A builder's yard does not belong here. That is why we are proposing a mixed-use neighbourhood with homes, workspace, and community uses, bringing a much more complementary use to the area. The offices will provide much-needed workspace for SMEs and startups to grow and stay in Cambridge. The homes, which are all for rent, with 20% of these being affordable, will all have access to private outdoor space in the form of either a balcony or ground floor garden, plus a communal roof terrace. Everyone in the area can benefit from the community spaces, which include a pavilion, creche, sustainable food planting, co-working, cafe, and artist studio. Largely car-free, except for a handful of spaces for car clubs, loading and disabled users, all with EV charge points. Generous cycle parking that goes above planning policy requirements, the first scheme in Cambridge to have a cycle heart rating, and the only major scheme in Cambridge that provides all the cycle parking conveniently at ground floor, avoiding the need to descend into basements using ramps or lifts. Ample public open spaces. In fact, nearly half of the site is dedicated to new public open spaces. Designed to be net zero carbon in operation, utilising the One Planet Living framework and delivering a 350% biodiversity net gain. Our plans also have the support of local residents, businesses and organisations, including YMCA, ALIA, Cambridgeshire Chambers of Commerce, Mill Road Traders Association, Cambridge Muslim Trust, Cambridge Community Arts and Cambridge Clean Tech. Thank you for listening, and I would like to hand over to one of our many supporters, Vic Annals, CEO of Cambridgeshire Chambers of Commerce.
Come forward, yeah. And I presume you did understand that you had 3 minutes between you, so you've got 10 seconds left. So we can see that you're here to support and stuff. So, maybe if you make one statement, just, 20 or 30 seconds or something, just go over a bit, but not too much, please.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. The most important thing for me is I think that we feel this will deliver a number of significant benefits. The demand for office space in this area is acute. Recently, I had the Finland British Chamber of Commerce visit us only 2 weeks ago, talking about investment in Cambridge in this area. Sorry.
That's fine, thanks very much. We got the message. Thank you very much. Right, so over to councillors then. Just before you start, I'll say a couple of things. So firstly, I'm a member of Travis Perkins' sort of membership card thing. I don't think my discretion is fettered by that. Other building merchants are available. So yeah, thanks to officers for their work on this. I mean, they've worked hard to get to this stage, and also it's to the applicants' credit, I think, that they've not appealed but worked with officers to get to a stage where we can come back to committee today. I think also this is a thoroughly appropriate use for this site in this location. The reduction in height from 6 to 5 stories is definitely an improvement. It's unfortunate we've lost some housing from, I think, 100 to 70 units. But it's a good-looking set of buildings. I quite like it, and look forward to hearing the debate. So, Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, thank the officers for all the work they've done, and it's pleasing to see how the scheme has progressed. I always feel that if a scheme is refused, there's a lot of messages that can be taken away to improve a new design. So I've got a few points. One is, at the last time this came forward, I was concerned about single aspect homes and overheating, and we are very aware of the change in climate and how hot it's been recently. I know that the layout of the flats complies with the London plan definition of dual aspect homes, but the building regulations have been upgraded in June, mid-June, and the definition of a single aspect and dual aspect homes has been revised. And I would, if this scheme is approved, I would very much like a informative to ensure that the scheme, when submitted to building regulations, does comply with the new Part O on mitigating overheating. I have forwarded the case officer suggested wording, which we've used on another scheme. That's one point. I'm also aware that the Environment Agency have submitted a report quite recently, only I think towards the end of May, so very, very recently. And they picked up the water, the concerns about flooding downstream. So there's a very interesting report submitted by the applicant about basement flooding and why there is the design does not increase the risk of flooding. But in the applicant's report, it does make some statements about the depth of the foundations with regard to the small area of the basement. And also the amount of dewatering that may be necessary to create the basement. And that is the Environment Agency report has picked up on these two, and I'd like to ask the case officer what their thoughts are about the Environment Agency. So the Environment Agency explicitly said that they would not support an application that affects the permeable gulf formation, but basically the chalk stream, the chalk aquifer below the site. They explicitly said that. And they also note that dewatering of over 20 cubic meters a day would require a abstraction license. And both of these things seem to have been happening. They are happening with the basement. The foundations are going into the chalk aquifer, and the dewatering is in excess of 20 cubic meters. So I haven't seen a Environment Agency report of this type coming forward on a major application. So it'd be interesting to have the case officer's comments about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Poorer.
Chair, I would like to echo what others have said about the fact the developer has listened to what we said and has amended it, which is really welcome and great to see. So I had a few points. I'll try and go through them all so we don't have to come back. Firstly, could the officer just confirm condition 45 and 46, which removes development changes? That does mean that they have to come back for planning permission if they wanted to transfer it to residential or anything else. I just wanted to confirm that. Could I ask for condition 38, which is a car club space, could we add the EV charge point to that as well? I know obviously that it may be up to the provider to pay for it, but for people to use it. But I do think as it's a new parking space, it should have EV passive provision at least. Could we add a condition, if it's not already on the plans, that the letterboxes are outdoors and accessible, so we don't end up with these developments where no one can get in to post anything or deliver anything? I'm not sure whether the officer can comment, perhaps that's on the plans, but I couldn't see them. And finally, condition 2 doesn't seem to have the references in to the plans. I'm assuming that's fine and you will add them later. Apart from that, the public access in perpetuity, I note that that will be addressed through the S106. Could you offer some comfort that that is definitely going to be in there, and whether we should perhaps add it to that last part of the informatives that talks about the S106? Because I do think public access in perpetuity is an important part of any open space, and I'd want to see that safeguarded. And finally, I note that the developer had sent around something to all of Planning Committee the other day and it's in the report, that visitors and residents can't access permits, whereas normally it's just residents, visitors can get them. So I would really like that to be made clear in the conditions, which, as I understand, is agreed by the applicant because it's in their brochure they sent around, that it is visitors and residents who can't access residence permits, not just residents, if that makes sense. Otherwise, you have these big developments where everyone can get visitors permits, and that obviously does add to the parking stress in the area. And I think I was going to ask a little bit about daylight versus sunlight, but I'm guessing another colleague will probably pick that up shortly, so I'm happy for someone else to raise that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillor. So just to be clear, that last point was about the residents' parking scheme run by the County Council. Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I've also got a couple of points. I wanted to start by echoing comments, appreciating that the developer has reduced the intensity on the site, particularly the height of the buildings. My first point, page 29, I think it is, point 6.8 to 6.10. It's the objection of the Highways Authority on safety grounds. It's the concerns around the refuse vehicles, calling for a redesign of the access. I just wanted to double check, get some clarification from the officer that that's been properly addressed. Second point is page 33, 6.39 and 6.40. I note the sort of previous concerns of the tree officer about the previous application. I want to check that those have been addressed as well. There were clear concerns about the clearance between the new buildings and the tree line on Devonshire Road, and I'd want some reassurance that that's been properly addressed. And also page 33, 6.41 and 6.42, the EHO concerns about noise impacts in the building process. Can we have some reassurance that that will be addressed also? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the additional office space. It is desperately needed there. I agree with the kennels. However, and it does also reduce the noise pollution to the flats. I share Councillor Thornborough's concerns about the water and also the heat. And despite the many improvements which have been carefully negotiated with officers and the developers, I still feel concerned that we will be creating hot, noisy and claustrophobic flats here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillor. Right, I might go back to the officers, and we've got a lot of questions mounting up. Maybe one more, councillor Bajent.
Yeah, mine's quite simple, Chair. I really congratulate the officer and the developers for getting together and listening to what we said. I think that's absolutely fantastic example of how planning should work. I have a query, not great importance, but 1091, the amendment. Could the officer just explain what that means about the Chisholm Trail and the pedestrianisation of the roadway? And I'd like to see a condition that says along the lines of no permitted development for aerials and satellite dishes. Thank you.
Councillor, are we okay to go back to the officer now, or was there anything else? Okay, you go then, Councillor Gorthwood.
I concur with the points that have been raised, particularly about heating, single aspect, the water, and the trees, the frontage trees. The only other point I have is build to rent. We've got 20% affordable. Can the officer just explain why it's 20%, not another figure? And could it be higher? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, Councillor Dryden.
I'm just going to say, after your email last night, I'm taking notice of it, and I'm listening to some of the other members' questions, so some of them were going to be mine, but I won't repeat it.
Thank you, Councillor. So my email last night said to members of this committee that we normally had agendas this long. We haven't had for a while. This is sort of back to normal after COVID in a way. And I was encouraging members to do what we have done in the past, which is to have a round of questions, a response from the officer, and possibly the odd follow-up question, but then we go to a decision, because I feel that's the best way to go, rather than having multiple rounds of questions where sometimes we forget which item we're even thinking about, because it all sort of goes on forever and ever. And so that's what I was saying in the email, and also saying, you know, take it easy on yourself, it's all been a difficult time, etc., etc. It was a kind, nurturing email to members, I believe, hopefully. That was my aim. So if I could just go back to you then, Steve, now then, please, for answers to those questions, and then any follow-up questions after that, we'll come back to you again.
Thank you, Chair. Just so looking at the questions again, so in terms of the concern about single aspect homes and overheating, I mean, the benefit of a dual aspect house is that it can have cross ventilation, which can help to reduce overheating, and a sort of different outlook during different times of the day, I suppose, as the sun moves around. But in this application, there have been, sort of quite a lot of discussion about the number of single aspect versus dual aspect units. If I will just bring up the presentation again, because then we can just sort of have a look at the floor plans again a bit. And just one moment.
Just speak while you're doing that, Steve. So just before you start, Steve, just for residents who might be listening in, if you might want to just say what a dual aspect and single aspect dwelling is before you start, please.
Yeah, okay. So dual aspect dwelling is typically one that has windows facing in more than one direction. So if you look at the floor plans here, these are the floor plans for blocks F and G. So the corner units, so you can see the sort of they're shaded in yellow on the right hand side of the plan, and the purple on the left hand side. Those will be dual aspect because they've got they've got windows facing in two different directions, so they can have cross ventilation if the windows are open. A number of the other units in the plan have predominantly a single aspect, and the applicant has got these sort of recessed balconies with windows facing into the balcony, so it does provide a sort of partial kind of secondary aspect. But there's been quite a lot of debate about whether it can be considered to be a genuine dual aspect, and I think I would agree with the suggestion that they aren't really those sorts of units aren't dual aspects, and we need to consider them as single aspect units. But in terms of the overheating, the applicant has also submitted a overheating assessment, and so looking at the likelihood of these units overheating, and this shows that they would that all the units would meet the kind of, they're not likely to overheat up to the 2050 scenario of the kind of methodology that's used, to the SIBSE methodology, which is used for assessing overheating. So I think in addition, the energy strategy also proposes that all the units have mechanical ventilation heat recovery. So it means that the sort of ventilation of the units is really sort of tightly controlled. So when there's hot air going out, this is exchanged with cooler air coming in to kind of for heating in the winter, and vice versa in the summer. So it's possible for all the units to be ventilated without even opening the windows. So when we sort of weigh all these factors into account, I think there is I think they have been well designed to kind of mitigate the risk of overheating, notwithstanding the fact that some of the units are not sort of dual aspect. We don't actually have a policy that requires a certain amount of units to be dual aspect. So I think there's no real grounds to kind of find a reason for refusal on that on that point, particularly because of they've demonstrated that the units are not at risk of overheating. And then if we just the other point, just so in terms of the Part O informative on mitigating overheating, we wouldn't have any objection to putting an informative on with regard to that. The applicants would need to meet building regulations at the time they start construction, so they'd need to comply with the Part O at that point. In terms of the Environment Agency comments, I think the comments about the sort of basement groundwater movement, they're very sort of detailed technical points, and it should be worth noting that the Environment Agency comment is not an objection. They don't object to the proposals, and they've just said that they the application could be approved subject to a number of conditions that they recommend. I think the wording of some of the conditions we've used doesn't exactly match that of the Environment Agency. I think because there's a bit of an overlap between our sort of contaminated land conditions that we would normally request our environmental health officers. So we could perhaps, change the wording to exactly match the Environment Agency condition about sort of assessing groundwater at the, as part at the condition stage, groundwater movement. So moving on to Councillor Pora's point, the condition 38. I think we could amend that condition to require an EV charging point for that. In terms of letterboxes, the letterboxes are inside within the internal lobby. I think this is quite a sort of common approach because the prime design advisors from the police generally advise that they're in the secure lobby area, and understand that creates problems for kind of accessing them. If they were to be external, then that creates more issue. They would need to be to a sort of higher specification, and then that could also kind of impact on the appearance of the lobbies, and they could be maybe less glazing. So they're not currently proposed as such, and it would probably be difficult to require it because we don't have any particular policies around that to say that. In terms of public access in perpetuity, we have a condition requiring with a management plan, and I think the idea was that the kind of requirement for public access would be secured through that. In terms of the parking permits for visitors and residents, I think that's noted. We could just amend the head of term for the section 106 where it says that residents and that businesses, the residential and business occupiers aren't eligible for parking permits. We could just amend that to include visitors as well. Councillor Collins' point in terms of the tree officer comments. Yeah, I mean, part of the tree officer comments are not fully addressed because they raise concern about the sort of openings through that TPO belt, and also that the buildings, proximity of the buildings to the TPO trees. And the application proposals, I think we did discuss this with the previously refused application, and the relationship of those buildings that front Devonshire Road is very similar to the previously approved scheme, which also had sort of buildings set back a similar distance and buildings of a similar scale as well. And it also introduced a new opening through that tree belt to access the site. So the proposals are similar in terms of tree impacts to that previously approved scheme. So we didn't feel that it would be a reasonable reason for refusal of the previous application. The kind of location of that access is where they sort of cut through the tree belt has been carefully considered so that the trees that are removed are the kind of lower category ones that are likely to need to be removed anyway. And also we have a number of conditions requiring sort of tree protection. So we feel that this kind of is kind of adequate protection for trees. In terms of the environmental health concerns, I mean, yes, these are concerns that have been raised by environmental health officers, and they cannot be fully addressed with the kind of design of the current proposal because the environmental health officers were concerned about having the creche play area immediately adjacent to the southern boundary of the sites, and they would prefer to see other options be looked at. But I think it wasn't a reason for refusal of the previous application. It is, given the area that we're in, it used to be a builder's merchants. It's close to the train station. Has quite a sort of mixed use character, but with some with residential also nearby. But so our officer view was that having the creche in the development is positive, and it wouldn't be unduly harmful to have an outdoor creche play area sort of next to that southern boundary. But we do have conditions requiring kind of more details of kind of the potential noise impacts when the occupiers are known, and then we can require further mitigation measures at that point. And we've also got a condition with regard to the plant noise as well, to require kind of assessment at a later date of the design process, and with potential for a kind of enhanced acoustic screen to kind of mitigate impacts if required. It may not be if the plant is sort of that they're proposing is below sort of certain levels. So we feel that these conditions are kind of adequate and reasonable given the sort of site context. In terms of Councillor Bennett's points, we've talked a bit about overheating, also noise. In terms of noise, again, the residential units do benefit from mechanical ventilation, heat recovery, so they can be ventilated without opening windows. So the occupiers have got a lot of control over, how much noise they want to have with windows open. And also, it is a mixed use kind of development close to the railway line and so on. So, residents are going to be sort of new to the area, and I think it's, their expectations will be kind of, will take into account that kind of site context. So we feel that in terms of noise, the proposal is acceptable for future occupiers. In Councillor Bajan, the wording of paragraph 10.91, that there's been a sort of discussion about the kind of contributions that we're looking to secure for the Chisholm Trail and also Devonshire Road. So the Chisholm Trail, there's a bit of uncertainty about the route, and we don't know at this stage exactly the routing that will be taken. It could possibly be along the railway line edge through the development, and space has been allocated within the proposals for that, if that is the case. There are other potential routes that it might follow, for instance, down Devonshire Road or on the opposite side of the railway line altogether, away from the site. So we're looking to secure the request from County Transport Assessment is for two contributions, one for the Chisholm Trail and connecting that to the wider network, and it's about the wider transport connectivity. And there's another contribution about the sort of local highway conditions outside the site. There is plans are afoot to make Devonshire Road a kind of restrict it to through access, so that you can't sort of drive through and get out the other end. So which would improve the kind of conditions for pedestrians and cyclists, and it would also improve conditions at the junction with Mill Road, which the transport assessment does identify as being a potential kind of accident spot. So there's a separate contribution for that. I think what 10.91 means is in the event that the Chisholm Trail was routed down Devonshire Road, and the kind of improvements to deliver the Chisholm Trail happened alongside the Devonshire Road improvements, then it would be unreasonable for us to require two contributions on that same street for the same works, really. So I think what 10.91 is saying is, if the Chisholm Trail did go down Devonshire Road, then we would refund or not require one of the contributions. But if it went somewhere else, then the applicants would need to provide the contribution, both the contributions. Hope that sort of clarifies things a bit more. In terms of condition on aerials and satellite dishes, we could do that. We could put something on around that, possibly. In terms of Councillor Gawthorpe Wood, single aspect and water, I've sort of touched on previously. In terms of the build to rent, the build to rent is a sort of relatively new kind of housing product that's sort of developed and now is recognised in the NPPF, and as such, the council adopted an annex to the housing strategy, which kind of reflects this. And the annex seeks a minimum of 20% of units to be private affordable rent tenure type. So rental units still, but at a minimum of a 20% discount on market rent. So in terms of the application proposals do meet that in that they have 20% of units are proposed to be at a 20% discount. There have been sort of various discussions about whether we could, the potential for increased amounts of that or greater discounts. It really sort of comes down to kind of the detailed methodology of how you calculate, the rental, and it can be quite complicated. And as such, officers have requested, sort of delegated authority to resolve those details as part of the Section 106 at a later date. But in terms of the annex, the proposals do meet the requirements of that, and the applicants are advising that if they were to increase the amount of affordable beyond that 20%, that this would affect the scheme viability and some of the other kind of measures that are proposed within the development. So I don't think we have any basis really to kind of go beyond what we've got at the moment, other than to kind of make sure that the kind of detailed mechanism for kind of the working out the rent levels is kind of a good one, really. I think that probably deals with most of the comments. Unless I've missed any, just let me know. Thank you, Chair.
Just hold on there. That's very good, thank you. I might have a few more. Just before we go on, I think Toby wants to come back on Councillor Bora's question about the County Council residence parking scheme comments that you made, Steve, earlier. So, Toby.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just a couple of points. I think the operation of that scheme is not within the control of the local planning authority. So the best that we can do is an informative rather than a condition. On the other point with regard to letterboxes, actually there is a policy embedded within our local plan, which is policy 55 criteria G. So my view, apologies Steve, it's slightly contrary to what you said, is that we do have an ability to control that aspect of the development. So we could have a condition to seek to achieve that where reasonable and appropriate.
Toby, did you have anything to say about that as well, Steve, or are you happy with what Toby said?
Oh, I'm happy with that, Chair. Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. Councillor Collis, I think one of your questions wasn't answered, was it? Is that what you want to come back about?
Yes, that's what I was going to raise. Apologies if I've missed it, because I appreciate there were lots of questions. The objection of the Highways Authority about the access on safety grounds. I'm not sure I got an answer to that. Thank you.
Yeah, so Steve, that was 6.8 to 6.10. We do that?
Yeah, I mean, this point was what the highway officer was concerned about was it was on the tracking plan, the refuse vehicle, when it was exiting the site, there was a tiny little bit of the area where it would pass over the kind of residence parking bays that were on the street, and it was really a tiny kind of overlap, really. So the applicants have submitted a updated kind of access plan tracking drawing, which shows that it can happen without sort of going into that parking area. So we feel that addresses the small sort of detailed concern that was raised.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you, Steve. It was very impressive answering of all those questions. I've got a couple of points and then a couple more questions. I would very much like the informative about Part O being added, and I would also really like the Environment Agency conditions explicitly added, or make sure that all parts of it are very clearly within the conditions. I think it's been really good that you've clarified that there was a previous scheme with business use already within the red line boundary. I think this is an area that residents have raised, that they've been really concerned that there was under the impression that in the local plan, the whole of the site was designated for residential use, and it's good to clarify that actually there was always a part of the site that was business use. I think that's helpful. I also think it's really nice to see a cross-laminated timber building coming in. It's much more sustainable construction, really interesting new construction techniques as well. I think there's this, I know of one or a few other in the city, and they're really, it's an exemplar form of construction, so I think that's really good. I've got a couple of questions. One is, on the Chisholm Trail, it seems that if the Chisholm Trail comes into the land, to the strip to the east of the site, it does look like there's some there's some planters or on that route, and also there's some bike parking at the rear of the nursery or creche. And I just, if this was to be a strategic cycleway, I'm just concerned that they may be obstacles that need to be taken account of. But if there is a landscaping plan, it may be that that can be resolved within that when the final decision about the Chisholm Trail route. That's one. Also, in your presentation, you said that there was going to be 13,000 square metres of office accommodation. But in the email paper that was sent to all the councillors yesterday, it stated that there was 100,000 square feet of office accommodation, which is only just over 9,000 square metres. So we've been told 9,200 square metres, but your report said 13,000. So can we have some clarification about what area is provided? And finally, in the Anglian water statement says that there is not the capacity to treat the sewage flow within the Cambridge Water Recycling Centre, but it also states that if planning consent is given, that they will provide it. But in the Environment Agency report, it does state that if there is not the capacity within the sewers, the agency must be reconsulted on alternative methods of disposal. So I just wondered if you could comment on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Who was that? Councillor Bajan.
Thank you. Thank you for the answers on the Chisholm Trail and about the television aerials and things. I just remain concerned that in the event that the Chisholm Trail was not taken up, would that piece of land require planning permission to do anything on? You know, I'm not expecting the Chisholm Trail not to be taken up, but it will be a loose end if it isn't, because there'll be a tract of land there that will sort of be no person's land.
Thank you. Councillor Walter-Wood.
So this is back to the build to rent. I just wondered if you could confirm that service charges are included in the rent and covered, but you know, I know there's the covenant, but how quick, you know, what is the likely increase to rental service charge and over what?
Thank you. Okay, Steve, back to you with those questions then, please.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so in terms of the Environment Agency conditions, I think, yeah, we could definitely look to include that they're kind of where they're focused on in terms of the groundwater conditions within our we've got a condition about ground contamination, and I think we could sort of look to include the bits that Environment Agency want within that condition. That would probably be the best way of dealing with it. In terms of the differing floor space figures that have been put forward for the office, I've taken the figures from the application form where it sort of lists the floor space for the EG element. The difference, I'm not, I don't know for sure. I'd need to sort of look into it in a bit more detail, but I think the detail that it may be because we're comparing a different measurement standard. So, for instance, you've got kind of gross external area to measure floor space, gross internal area, and a net internal area. So it could be that it's a different measure, if you see what I mean. But I would need to look into it in a little bit more detail. In terms of the Chisholm Trail, if it isn't taken up through the site, this has been an issue that's been raised by the Petersfield Residents Association as well. But I think the good thing about this development is because it's a build-to-rent scheme, it's going to have single management. So there'll be a management company that will be responsible for all the kind of publicly accessible areas. So that it will be a managed area. It's not going to be sort of left to kind of rack and ruin. There are some activities sort of planned along there as well, in that there are sort of food growing beds that take up some of the space kind of close to the buildings. So that activity would still be there. People would still be sort of going around there to use that space. If the Chisholm Trail didn't come forward, I mean, the applicants may want to consider, kind of amending the landscaping a bit, perhaps, to change the size of the planters or whatever. I suppose they may look to do that, but I don't think it would be a concern that it would, become a sort of unused, kind of unmanaged space. I think we've got the measures in place with the conditions around the operational management plan to make sure that wouldn't happen. In terms of build to rent and the service charges, yes, the service charges are included in the rent that will be charged for the tenants. And the other thing I think we've had regard to on the rent levels is that the development is likely to have lower than average kind of energy bills because of the sustainability measures of the development, where it goes sort of above and beyond the building regulations. So that should also help in terms of the affordability. I think that should hopefully deal with them all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough.
My question about capacity in the water recycling centre and the Environment Agency's comment about going back to them with alternative methods. Thanks.
Oh yeah, sorry about that, Councillor. Yeah, the Anglian water comment. Again, their comments are not an objection. They're only a comment. They do say that there's not the current capacity, but then they say that it's their duty or obligation to make sure the capacity is available if the application was granted. So it's probably it's a sort of part of a separate regulatory regime, really, and it's not really something we can get involved in too much of this sort of as part of this application, and because they've not listed it really as a grounds to object to the application. It's their job really to sort it out if the application is approved. I don't know whether the Environment Agency sort of was aware of the Anglian water comment when they put together their comments, but I don't necessarily see them as sort of contradictory, because if Anglian water makes sure that there is sufficient sewage capacity, then there wouldn't necessarily be anything for the Environment Agency to be concerned about. I suppose if there are alternative connection, sort of sewage treatment measures that are proposed, then it might be an issue for them. But I don't think that's likely to be for this site. Really, it's going to be they're going to be dealt with as part of the sort of citywide facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Just before we go on, just wanted to check. So I've heard no one speak against using the Environment Agency wording as Councillor Thornborough has suggested, and Steve has said is okay. So I think we're going to be doing that. And Part O, informative, that was going to come on as well. Nobody's spoken against that. That's all fine. And I understand that the highways question about this vehicle has been answered okay. So the only outstanding thing I can see is, at the moment, is the suggestion, well, know about it's outstanding or not, but it's outstanding for me, about the question about aerials and satellite dishes, which was raised by Councillor Bajent. Nobody said anything about that. I don't know if you said much about that, Steve, actually. I'm just a bit concerned that future residents of these dwellings might not have the facilities that they need to live in the dwellings. I'm not sure. But we can come back to that question in a minute, Steve, because we've got another question, I think, from Councillor Poor first.
Okay, just very briefly, I just wanted to check with the case officer. I don't think he replied. Condition 45 and 46, I just wanted to confirm my understanding is that they are basically saying any change of use. You couldn't use the PD rights to go to residential, for example. And also just to note, condition 2 at the moment in my paper said reference to be added, just to confirm that that's okay. And also for the visitors' permits, I mean, I really welcome the fact that the applicant has said, you know, this is genuinely going to be car-free. So I did wonder if we could add something into condition 32D, just to mention that, for example, when they're putting contracts out to their tenants, it does remind them that they're not eligible, just in the same way we ask the university to, for example, because I do think that's quite an important thing, I know from the resident feedback, but they're very minor points. And I welcome the post box condition. Thank you, Toby. I was trying to find that in the local plan. You beat me to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, there was one other thing, wasn't there? The discrepancy between the 13,000 square metres office space and the apparent 9,000, I think, metres square office space as presented. I presume that the officer report is the one to go by, but I don't know if, Doug, you wanted to say anything about that now, as it's your paper that you emailed to us that says 9,000 or 100,000 square foot. Can you illuminate with the microphone? See, the officer is the person to go to, but I just thought I'd give you a chance to say something.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to confirm that the figure circa 100,000 square feet in the brochure was NIA.
Acronyms are not a nice place to be. What's the acronym?
Sorry, what?
What's the acronym stand for?
Sorry, net internal area versus gross internal area, which is the figure mentioned in the application.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Thanks for that. So, Councillor Thornborough.
Just picking up on Councillor Gawthrop's comments about affordable homes and dealing with the details of that within the S106. I know that my understanding is this is the second application coming to within the city regarding this. I know the first application, the same comments were raised, and the how it was going to be resolved was to go back to chair and vice chair. And I wondered whether it would be appropriate, because of the concerns about the affordable, whether the chair and vice chair should be party to agreeing how it's dealt with under the S106.
I didn't fully understand what you were saying then, Councillor. Can you just say it again, please?
So on another application where there was build to rent with 20% affordable, the details of that would be resolved through the S106. And in that application, it was agreed that they would be agreed with chair and vice chair of the planning committee. So in this case, is it appropriate that when it's resolved, should it be brought back to the chair and vice chair to be signed off?
Thank you. I'll leave that for Steve. Any more? Right, Steve, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, in terms of Councillor Pora's comment about the conditions, yes, that is correct. Those conditions do restrict the change of use. So if the applicant wanted to change the office to residential, they would need to apply for planning permission again. In terms of the satellite dishes, one way of dealing with this is we have a condition requiring a management plan, which includes, tries to pick up on some of the sort of things that, for instance, the Cambridge Airport mentioned about the sort of gulls nesting on the site and things like that. So we could also, it could also deal with kind of satellite dishes. The development will ensure adequate sort of connectivity in terms of, sort of broadband and things for each of the residential units. So there's not going to be, they don't have to have the satellite dishes externally. If someone wanted to fit one, that could be dealt with as part of the management plan, I suppose, in that they would need to seek approval from the site managers. And the same, that could also apply in relation to, there was one other point where I thought the management plan would also be relevant. It was to advise future tenants that parking permits, they wouldn't be eligible for parking permits. So yeah, I mean, that could also be in the management plan, in that, that they undertake to, when future tenants kind of sign up, that they'll be advised at that point, that it's a car-free development. They can't have a car whilst they're living there, and they're not going to be able to get a parking permit. So I think that could also address that. In terms of the affordable housing, I'm not sure entirely what was sort of agreed with the previous application, but I think that it could there may have been a condition that was sort of required requiring the details of the build to rent scheme to be submitted for approval. I think our report is dealing with it slightly differently, in that those details are required as part of the Section 106 agreement. So, I mean, we feel that we are seeking delegated authority to kind of approve the kind of the detail, to negotiate and finalise the details of the affordable housing with the applicants. But it would be up to members really whether they felt that was necessary for those details to be sort of reported to them again. I think that hopefully deals with those points. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. So just to be clear, I think might not be eligible for parking permits is where we are with that, isn't it? Because we need to negotiate with county council on that, not rather than can't have them. And aerials and satellite dishes, if it's okay with Councillor Bajent, and others, that will go into the management plan going forward as a question, as opposed to saying no aerials and satellite dishes. But you come back on that, Councillor Bajent, if you disagree. Councillor Thornborough?
Just following on from what Steve was saying, I don't think the S106, negotiated X106, should come back to the committee. I'm just asking whether it should come back to chair and vice chair. And I would like to propose it is chair and vice chair, not the committee and spokes.
Steve?
Well, I think that would be at discretion of members really. We feel that it is kind of quite a detailed area, and that it would be most appropriate for us to deal with it, a delegated authority. But it's entirely up to members if they felt it was necessary. They preferred to kind of have another look at that.
Any members going to speak against what Councillor Thornborough has said? In that case, we'll do that then, Steve. You just need to make it absolutely clear to us members that we are in a position to make a decision that will be a good, robust decision. If it's a complicated area, you just need to take more time to explain it to us members so we understand. All right. Toby? Yeah.
Chair, I just want to come back on the idea that the satellite condition could be incorporated within the management plan. I think it is probably best that sits separately, because what we want to avoid is potentially a proliferation of them on the outside of the houses. A management plan might not necessarily do that, so I'd say it's probably better that we separate that one out, especially given that we're outside of the conservation area.
So that's not clear, Toby. Are you saying that Councillor Bajent's suggestion that we have a ban on satellite dishes and aerials should be accommodated?
I think we're in agreement with Councillor Bajent that we want to see the details of where they're provided and have control of that through the permission, and we should do that through a separate condition rather than specifically through an add-on on condition 32.
Sorry to come back, Toby, but just to be clear, so is that from the applicant or from future occupants of the dwellings?
that would be a duty that the applicant, as overall controller of the blocks, would have to fulfil.
Okay, because the residents would be leaseholders. Okay, so councillor Bajan.
Chair, not to make too big an issue, but it is an issue. Last time we did this about permitted development. And so what we said was no permitted development for aerials and satellite dishes on the external face of the building. And that solves it, because then if anybody puts an aerial up, they're in contravention of the planning permission without a further planning permission. Does that make sense now?
I think Toby's given us a line which is reasonable, and I think you're okay with Toby's approach, aren't you, councillor Bajan? Yeah, we're probably there already, I think, but just to say it's a fast-moving area, technology, we're all having problems keeping up. We might not even need satellite dishes and aerials in the future, who knows? But I guess it's good to cover it for the time being, and I don't have any problems with the look of a satellite dish personally. It's just another piece of stuff that we live with, just like aerials were, decades ago. But I take the point, and Toby has spoken on it.
Chair,
councillor Bajan.
my point is this. Here's an architect-designed building, and we've had lots of those within the city of Cambridge. And it's come to my attention that often when these are designed, they're beautiful. And then you get 50 television aerials on the outside, which completely take away the whole look of the building. So I will, in future and now and last month, be raising this as an issue. It's part of the design of the building. If you put 50 television aerials on the outside of it, it makes it look wrong. So I disagree with you.
That's fine, thank you. It's good to disagree. The Executive Councillor for Planning and Transport is right next to you there, so you can talk to her about policy going forward. Councillor Dryden.
Information other buildings around I've seen before, they're just one communal area which they just wire in for the rest of the flats.
Exactly so, Councillor Dryden. Okay, I think we're pretty much there now, are we, Councillor Gilthert-Wood?
Very minor query, but I just wanted to check that with the EV charger for the car club provision space, is that you're including that in the condition? Yeah, thank you.
It's nodded and said yes, so I think we'll leave it at that, Steve, if you're happy with that. I think so, yes, good, okay. Anything else you needed to pick up on, Steve, that's been said, or are you happy to go to the decision?
I can't think of anything else, Chair.
Anything else, members? No? Okay, in that case, we'll get the recommendation from Toby then, please.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 62 of the agenda pack, and that is to approve the scheme subject to the conditions as set out in the report, with minor amendments to conditions as drafted delegated to officers, delegated authority to officers to negotiate and complete a section 106 agreement to secure the planning obligations specified in the report, and specifically to consult chair, vice chair and spokes with regard to the build to rent provisions, delegated authority to officers to include a planning obligation for an ambulance/NHS contribution if it is established its inclusion is still compliant. Amendment to condition 32 to provide reference to the residence parking scheme that is in operation. An additional condition in relation to letterbox provision, RE policy 55. An additional condition in relation to and to control the provision of aerials and satellite dishes. The amendment of condition 38 to include specific reference to EV charging, and informative with regard to part O of the building regulations in respect of overheating. The strengthening of condition 5 in relation to piling and foundations to specifically reflect the Environment Agency's response to the planning application. And lastly, a residence parking informative on the permission.
Thanks, Toby. So the officer's recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair, in favour.
Thank you very much. So the item is approved. We'll take a 5-minute break now before we come back for the next item, get some more water or something to drink, have a walk, and come back at 11:32. So you've got to make a slide then, please, James. Thank you. Back after our short break. So next item is item 6, Romsey Labour Club. We've got some speakers on that. So we've got Sarah Nicholas, who's an objector, and Peter McHugh, an agent, and a couple of councillors have sent in statements to be read out as well. Just before we start, I'd like to clarify that the Labour Party no longer has any legal interest in the premises and the subject matter of this application, which is about to be considered by this committee. The officer is Amy Stocks. So Amy, if you're ready to present, please. Hi Amy, hello, good morning.
Morning, thank you, Chair. Let me just share my screen. Can everyone confirm that they can see this, my screen?
Yes, we can see it, yep.
Thank you. So I am presenting the Romsey Labour Club here for the part demolition of the Romsey Labour Club in its existence at the moment, with the retention of the building of local historic interest frontage, with the erection of 43 serviced apartments, with other amenities such as a cafe, gymnasium, community space, and other infrastructure and landscaping. Apologies, it's not on the right way. Sorry, one moment. For some reason, it's not clicking. There we go. So just some points of clarification before I get into the bones of the application. The LLFA, so the lead local flood authority, objected to the application. They have maintained their objection, excuse me, on hydraulic grounds. Officers consider that condition 40, as included in the report pack, could address the concerns put forward by the LLFA, as it requires a scheme of surface water management. So, as I said, officers consider that these issues raised by the LLFA can be addressed via this condition. Just a brief site context of the area. So the site is located on the south side of Mill Road here. Immediately east to the site is Coleridge Road. The site has two frontages with both, as you can see, front onto Mill Road and Coleridge Road. Immediately south of the site is Ruth Bagnall Court, which is a 4-storey apartment building. The site is located within the Mill Road Conservation Area. The site frontage of the building, which extends along Coleridge Road partly and the majority of Mill Road, is a building of local interest. The site has been used for many years, for many uses. However, at present it is empty. The site currently benefits from an existing permission of a similar nature development for the erection of 39 serviced units with associated amenities. The applicant has implemented this permission on site by undertaking groundworks. Brief site history of the site, just for for kind of reference. The application for the 39 serviced units was approved at committee in 2019. A application did come forward in 2021, but was subsequently withdrawn due to issues that officers had highlighted with it. In March 2022, this is where we've got this current application that's come through. The applicant has confirmed that this would have been a Section 73 application if it wasn't for the uplift in units from the permitted 39 to 43. So the proposed application that you've got in front of you today seeks for the redevelopment of the site with the retention of the BLI frontage following the demolition of the redundant buildings to the rear. The development would see the provision of 43 serviced apartments, an internal reorganisation of rooms, the omission of the basement under the approved scheme, and the integration of facilities that were located in the basement. So just for context, what I've done is I've put the approved plan of what has been approved in previous schemes and what has been proposed this time round. I've also highlighted areas where there has been some change. I understand that there are some areas that of change internally that occurs, but I'm going to discuss that in the next slide on the ground plan. But just looking at the site plan now, we can see that there has been a reorganisation of rooms, as well as the integration of the cycle store here, which would have been in the basement, hence why there's slight loss of the courtyard area. The next. So the ground floor plan shows here the proposed basement that was there previous, has been permitted, and here I've highlighted some changes. So we've got the loss of the basement, which included the cycle store, plant room and laundry room. These elements have been included into the ground floor. So we've got the cycle store here, and the plant and laundry room in this area here. The integration of the stairwell that was once in the courtyard has been included into the east wing of the proposed plans. There has been the reorganisation of amenities to the front of the development, which sees the integration of the community hub, the business hub, and business hub, while these two were in separate rooms under the previous scheme. And we also see the relocation of the gym. The CAF reception area has also been made larger. In the next. So we will see yet. So there has been the addition of 2 units to the front of the building where there wasn't before, and the relocation of stairwells and lifts as well, just relocation within the same block where it once was here at the front. It's now been relocated to this bit here, as well as on this wing here. The stairwell and lift was once here, and it's now just been moved slightly up. There has been also the relocation. Yep. So there's been 6 ground units here, which has now been reconfigured to be specially for people with disabilities. There's also been, like I said before, the relocation of the cycle store and bin store. Officers have requested that these 2 elements be separated as to ensure that neither component, be it the bins or the bikes, are impacted by the other. This information of a redesign of this element has been requested via condition. We've got the proposed first floor as well, again highlighting some changes. So we see the increased number of terraces along the western elevation to serve as amenity space to selected units. The continuation of the stairwells around the building, as well as the relocation of one of the units to make way of the stairwell. There's also brown sedum roofs here that have been proposed. Officers have requested that these roofs be biodiverse roofs instead to enhance the net gain on site. Again, this has been secured via condition. The second floor, we can see the continuation of the stairwells as well as the inclusion of PV arrays on the flat roofs to the rear, and the, again, sedum roofs continuing, which I've said before, officers have required that these are biodiverse instead. Third floor, much like the second, continuation of stairwells, PV arrays to the rear now, but on the floor, continuation of the sedum roofs, which will be required to be green biodiverse roofs instead, and the PV arrays continuing just as they were before. And then, yeah, as you can see, the roof plan here. So we have the inclusion of PV arrays, as well as the slight difference in fenestration to the roof where the dormers are. Very slight difference in just the kind of width of these elements. And yeah, I believe that's it with the inclusion of the PV arrays. And I've just also highlighted the terraces here as they weren't properly shown here, but you can see them here as well. Apologies, one moment. So what we can see here is the north elevation of the proposed development. So again, highlighting some issues, I say issues, highlighting some changes. They are relatively the same. We just see some slight reconfiguration of the fenestration along the road here of these dormers. Again, behind this element here, where there has been the slight reconfiguration of the fenestration just to reflect the internal reorganisation of rooms. Then we've got the east elevation. East elevation, where we can see the slight reconfiguration of the windows that look on that can be seen from Mill Road. Again, it's just a reflection of the internal reorganisation of the rooms. The proposed west elevation, again, we see slight reconfiguration of the windows along this elevation here, as well as the addition of 5 windows due to the additional rooms, which mainly occur down this column here, as well as a window here. We can also see where these 2 elements have changed here, as this is where the cycle and bin storage will be accessed from Coleridge Road. South elevation, you can just see there has been some reorganisation of windows again for the internal changes, as well as the addition of a window here, as well as here, again, to just reflect those changes. The wall has been, it's not going to be removed, but it's just been removed for this, just to see into the courtyard of what it would be like when before that wasn't really offered. Just for context, this is a computer-generated image of what the development will look like. There has been a request along this bay window here from Conservation and Urban Design that this bay window is restored to be in line with this one here, just so then it gives the BLI frontage, restoring it to its former glory, and giving it more of a usable space of it being actually a window rather than just a blank window that fronts onto Mill Road. So just touching upon cycle provision. So the proposed scheme sees provision for 44 cycles within the secured cycle store to the rear of the west elevation. This provides 1 space per unit plus 1. So yeah, 44 for the 43 units. There is an additional 22 spaces located outside of the development for visitors and employees. There are no policies in relation to cycle provision for service departments. However, there are policies relevant for gyms, CAFs and community spaces. As outlined in the officer's report, the development exceeds in provision of cycle storage. The development is car-free, apart from a disabled bay located to the west of the development. The application site is located on, like I said, on Mill Road and is considered to be in easy cycling distance from the city centre, and is located roughly 1,200 metres from the Cambridge station, as well as having bus routes that go past the site. It is not considered that the development being car-free would be an issue or impede any occupants in terms of using transport. Officers acknowledge that there could be potential issues that arise from having the cycle store and the bin store together. However, we have requested that the design of this area in particular just be redesigned via condition, just to ensure that there are no issues. In terms of conservation area, just to touch upon, so conservation officers consider that the proposal would preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area and would comply with local plan policies 61 and 62. Conditions have been implemented in terms of brick samples, roof covering material samples, and the retention of the main door as shown in this photo here. The applicant has agreed to those conditions to submit those and make sure that they are in keeping with the conservation area. Conservation and Urban Design have also, as I said before, requested the bay window on Mill Road, which you can just about to see, well, say just about, it's behind this tree here, be restored to give it more of a uniform look rather than having such a large blank window look upon on Mill Road. Officers have agreed that this would be suitable, but have imposed a condition which sees the retention of the BLI and its protection during this restoration process, and that the applicant would need to submit a scheme of how they intend to make sure that the BLI is not impacted. Just some benefits of the scheme. So the scheme will provide communal amenities in the form of cafe, business, a meeting hub, an all-day lounge and work seating, as well as a gym. These elements will be open to the public, so it isn't just for occupants. The proposed courtyard area to the rear will be for occupants only, and this area will benefit from soft and hard landscaping. Further details on this matter have been secured via condition for the softened landscaping elements. So just to keep it brief, recommendation for this scheme is to approve subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. So the first to speak, of the speakers, is Sarah Nicholas. So Sarah, you're not here, are you? No, you're online.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you want to remove yourself from the screen, then please, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can see Sarah.
Can you hear me?
Hear you, Sarah, but not see you at the moment.
Okay, I don't seem to be able to turn my camera off. Oh, hang on, what do I want to do?
You don't have to see you, but if you want to fiddle a bit with the controls, it looks like you're coming on screen now, I think, possibly.
Is that better?
There we are. Yes, we can see you now and hear you. Thank you.
Okay,
Hello,
thank you
Sarah.
very much.
So I understand you're speaking on behalf of Cambridge past, present and future, and you're an objector. So you have 3 minutes to speak, Sarah, when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's correct. So good morning, councillors. My name is Sarah Nicholas and I'm the Principal Planning Officer for Cambridge Past, Present and Future. And we are Cambridge's largest civic society, and one of our aims is to protect, celebrate and improve the important built heritage of Cambridge. So we object to this application on the grounds that it will have a detrimental impact on the conservation area through overdevelopment of the site and the loss of a building of local interest. And we request that you reconsider the evidence and put significant weight on the heritage assets affected and refuse the application. So as you heard, in the last 3 years, there have been 2 applications for this site, which you can see listed in the officer's report. And the application approved in 2019 was for 39 units. However, there is an amendment debrief sheet on the filing system online for the Planning Committee meeting of the 24th of April 2019, which states that the development description of the 29 application be amended to read 36 units to reflect alterations made in the revised plans and the design and access statement. And this alteration was made to ensure that the proposal was compliant with Policy 57 on design of new buildings. So the current application for 43 units is an additional 7 units over this previous permission and has resulted in a scale and mass detrimental to the conservation area location, and it's on a visually important road junction. The 2021 application, which was for 44 units, which was later withdrawn. So this application for 43 units has only reduced the scale and massing by removal of a single unit, which has been replaced with the refuse and cycle store and a slight setback of the upper floors. We do not consider that this resolves the overdevelopment of the site. The Labour Club is an historically important building. It was opened by Romsey MacDonald, Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party in 1928, following local support for the general strike of 1926. So the retention of this building's external elevation, or it's only retaining the external elevation, we consider as a token gesture, and that the application has not demonstrated that the interior space of the building lacks significance or can't be incorporated into the proposed scheme. It's considered that the demolition of the majority of the building would cause a substantial loss of a historic asset, contrary to Policy 62 on local heritage assets. So in conclusion, we consider that the application does not meet the requirements of policies relating to design, conservation areas and buildings of local interest and should be refused. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sarah. If you want to carry on listening, Sarah, you're welcome, but you don't need to be on screen anymore with your
Lovely.
camera. Turn it off. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, Peter McEwen, Peter, you're speaking on behalf of the applicant. You're the agent. You 3 minutes to speak when you're ready, Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. The site benefits from an extant permission for a very similar development, which has been implemented. As outlined by the officer, a material start has taken place, and this has therefore established a fallback position on site. It is reasonable to apply the fallback option, and this should be given full weight. The revised proposals are considered to make better use of the site. However, importantly, the key design principles approved previously will be retained. The principle of development has been established, and the proposals will deliver high-quality visitor accommodation within a sustainable location, alongside a cafe, gym and community space. The proposals will regenerate this eyesore site and continue the positive redevelopment of this part of Mill Road. As outlined, the height, scale and massing is almost identical to what has approval, and it is important to note that the design is fully supported by urban design and conservation officers. The impact on the conservation area is considered to be an enhancement, and the historic frontage will be successfully integrated into the development. It is relevant to note that this element of the scheme has been subject to detailed discussions with officers for in excess of 10 years. The proposed changes to be made will not only improve the layout of the development and make better use of space, but also the performance. A greener construction method will be utilised with the loss of the basement, which will result in a reduced carbon footprint, which should be welcomed. The unit sizes have been approved previously, and it is important to reiterate that a sui generis use is proposed, and visitor accommodation, not permanent residential accommodation. A highly sustainable development will be introduced with a number of enhancements over the approved application delivered. As a minimum, the development will achieve BREEAM excellence rating, with PV arrays, air source heat pumps and biodiverse roofs to be introduced. A positive 302% increase in biodiversity value will also be provided, which is significant. The cycle parking is conveniently located with a significant over-provision on the policy requirement for both future residents and users of the development. The scheme will be promoted as a car-free development, which is acceptable given the sustainable location. The servicing bay on Coleridge Road is supported by highways and has approval. Alternative bin storage arrangements have been put forward, and these demonstrate how bins can be securely stored separate to cycles. This constitutes a positive response to concerns identified by officers. As agreed previously, the proposals are appropriate for the context and not harmful to the character of the conservation area. There have been no changes in planning circumstances, and a fallback position has been established on site. I just wanted to comment quickly on a couple of the points that were made previously by the objector. The scale massing which is proposed here is essentially identical to that which has been proposed over the past couple of applications and which is considered acceptable. And also just as well, the rear buildings to the site are in a very poor condition, and it is simply not possible to convert. And our understanding is that only the historic facade that the BLI relates to in this will be retained and made good as part of the proposals, and it will be at the centre of the proposals as well, with the new development set back behind the historic frontage and given breathing space. So yeah, I trust that members will be in a position to support the application. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Okay. So just to say, BLI is a building of local interest. The councillors.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Oh, what have I? Oh yes, statements. So we've got two statements by Romsey ward councillors been sent in. So officers will kindly read this out first.
This statement's by Councillor Pounds. I'd like to express my objections to the above application. The development site sits on a busy road junction. The proposed development of 43 serviced apartments is out of character with the surrounding area, which forms part of the Romsey Conservation Area, and will adversely affect its neighbours and surroundings, which consists of mostly attractive Victorian terrace housing. There is no provision for car parking or sufficient bike parking, which will add to the already excessive casual street parking in surrounding streets. The proposed apartments are small with limited ventilation, and there is no green space proposed for residents. In addition, the proximity of the site to busy roads will make these poor quality homes for residents. The next statement is read on behalf of Councillor Lorraine Healy. I'd like to speak against this application and urge the committee to reject this application. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend due to work commitments. Firstly, policy 24 of the local plan states that development proposals along Mill Road Opportunity Area will be supported if they add to the vitality and viability of the street and protect and enhance its unique character in order to maintain and enhance the distinctive and historic character of the area. Local Plan Policy 24. This application is completely contrary to Policy 24, since it is proposing to turn a building of unparalleled historical significance in Romsey and turn it into 43 tiny, overcrowded, studio-style corporate serviced apartments. It runs contrary to the ethos and history of this building, which was built by the hands of working-class men and women from Romsey. The Labour Club is a historically important building opened by Ramsay MacDonald in 1928 following support of the general strike in 1926, when many of our Romsey residents who were rail workers supported the general strike in 1926, and the area had become famous for its strong union membership and socialist leanings and was often referred to as Red Romsey. This application does not demonstrate how the interior spaces of the buildings are significant and incorporate this into the proposed scheme. Instead, the proposed plans demolish almost the entirety of this historic building, paying lip service by retaining the front facades only. It's a disgraceful plan which completely ignores the historic importance of the building, and it is an affront to the local community that the developers made no attempt whatsoever to engage with residents in our community, to seek views on this, or to make any contact with local councillors either to understand concerns or issues important to the local community. It seems all they are interested in is profiteering. The retention of the building's external facade is a token gesture. The demolition of most of the building would cause a substantial loss of significance, which is totally contrary to Policy 62 on local heritage assets. There are several other concerns with the development contrary to the local plan. First, the height of the proposed development is 4 stories high, whereas the Labour Club is single story. This height will be significantly detrimental to views from Mill Road, as it will block out longer views and will visually dominate neighbouring properties, which are all predominantly 2-storey Victorian terraces in the area, contrary to Policy 55 context and Policy 58 altering and extending its existing buildings. Second, the development represents an overdevelopment of the site, with poor quality tiny housing for which there is no demand in Romsey. Policy 61, conservation and enhancement of Cambridge's historic environment, requires development to be of an appropriate scale, form and height. The new build is considered out of scale and diminishes the quality and significance of the asset to the conservation area. This current application is for 43 units, which is an additional 7 units over a previous permission, resulting in a scale and mass detrimental to the conservation area location on a prominent road junction. Additionally, the intention for serviced corporate apartments meeting short-term occupation does not address the significant housing need which we currently have in Cambridge, adding nothing to addressing social and economic need in Cambridge. Another concern I have about the development is in relation to the very small outdoor space, which is of a poor quality for such a significant development. This is contrary to Policy 59, designing landscape in the public realm. Furthermore, it's contrary to Policy 68. All residential development proposals should contribute to the provision of open space and recreation sites facilities on site. A final concern is in relation to the development having no parking, and there is no mechanism to enforce a class-free residence, which will result in significant pressure on all the surrounding streets. These include Hemmington Road, Belgrave Road, Malta Road, Boss Street, St Philip Street and Romsey Terrace, which are all regularly full with existing resident parking and cannot handle additional demand. This has also been raised as a concern in the Local Highways Authority report, which was commissioned in relation to the proposed development, which noted that the development is likely to on street in competition with existing residential users. The development may therefore impose additional parking demands upon the on-street parking in the surrounding areas. For these reasons, I would urge committee members to reject the proposed development, since it is contrary to a significant number of policies in the local plan, as I've detailed in this statement, and cannot be approved in this light. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for reading those statements out, Sarah. Now it's over to members. And just to say before we start, members, remember this application is for service departments for which policy is different, if not non-existent. So, Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of points and concerns, some serious concerns that I want to raise. I'd like to understand more about the thinking behind the provision of that amount of open space. You know, we've gone up in number of units, not down, and it doesn't appear to me sufficient for the amount and the density on site. And I wanted to pick up on one of the points, I think it was that Councillor Pounds raised, about engagement with residents. I'd like to understand more about what conversations have been had with people in the local area who are going to be really affected by this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you. I wonder firstly, can it be explained that this is a completely new scheme, and it's not a revision to the previous scheme, and the applicant did make the point that there was extant permission and that was a fallback permission. Has that actually been received in writing and explicitly stated by the applicant that that is the case? Because there's a previous scheme where it was stated a lot but not written. It was verbally put out but not written down, and I just wanted to be clear about the extant permission. So it seems like the other thing, the objector, the Cambridge Past, Present and Future, said that the 2019 application was actually for 36 units, not 39. I wonder if that could be clarified. So is it an increase in 4 units, or is it actually 7 as CPPF stated? So I think it's good that the basement is being removed because of the disruption it's caused, but I'm concerned that all of the facilities within the basement plus new more units are accommodated at the ground, above ground. So I don't know, so it's clear that the open space provision has been reduced. Does it also mean that the floor areas of each unit, has that been reduced? Was there any amenity space before? And I noticed that some of the units do have a little balcony. I think 3 have a balcony. Is there any amenity space? Is there any place where people can dry clothes? I'm very concerned about the cycle parking. Again, it was in the basement. It's now accommodated at ground level. The spacing that where the bikes are shown seems to be incredibly tight and unrealistic. And again, is there provision for off-gauge bikes? Is Cam Cycle picked up? And what about staff parking? There's a reference about the state of the building. You know, it's in extremely poor condition. But I think that's it seems wrong that you let a building to get into such a poor state that you say that you know there's no choice but to keep only a part of it, when building it could have been maintained and actually be converted. And I wonder if there has been an independent survey on the building to ascertain whether it could be converted as a building of interest, or whether we're just taking the applicant's word that it's of such poor condition that it can't be converted. Sorry, my last point. I think I was on the committee at the previous approval, and I thought there was an agreement that there would be some parking spaces in the local car park, with multi-storey car park. There would be agreement with a multi-storey car park that was linked with this approval, because the lack of parking spaces was of concern, and they said that there would be an agreement with a multi-storey car park, so there'd be some designated places in the car park for people who had cars. Therefore, there wouldn't be any need to have it on the street. And I just wonder if that's still the provision, or basically there's no provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask you to look at 10.55 on page 21. This relates to the access requirements, and I'd like to make a couple of points about the access requirements and the suitability for disabled use. The first issue is a 2 metre by 2 metre toilet is not accessible to all disabled users. Depending on the disability, you may need to have a second person in with you, as well as a wheelchair. This certainly wouldn't take my mobility scooter. And 2 years ago, I couldn't actually access a toilet without taking my mobility scooter in. It wouldn't serve my mum, who had dementia and also was a wheelchair user and needed to be accompanied in. It doesn't work if you are supporting, say, a child with sensory sensitivity issues, because you need to be able to keep a distance from them and avoid touching while you're supporting them. So if this is meant to be hotel standard, there should be a hotel standard bar loo, which is large enough for mobility equipment and a carer as well as a disabled person. Otherwise, this is not access. The second issue is that there are 6 disabled units and 1 disabled parking space. For those of you who support disabled relatives, you will know that travelling with somebody with a disability is like travelling with a small baby. You need to take a lot of kit with you, and it is quite difficult to travel without sort of using a car. So if you're having 6 disabled units for accommodation, you really need 6 disabled parking spaces, not 1. Thank you for your time.
No, very useful. Thank you. Councillor Pagecroft.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for my coughing in between that. These could actually be used for long-term accommodation if somebody decides to stay in them long term. So what facilities are there for them in there to actually do that? And I pick up with Councillor Thornborough about the balconies. I thought all places had to have amenity space, and there is no amenity space here for them to dry clothes and things. I'm also worried about the room sizes. Do these not come under the same room size as other? They don't. Well, and I actually sat on the committee when it came twice, because the first time it wanted a lot of these apartments, and we said it was overbearing and you couldn't have that many, so it came back and then it went through. So I feel the same way now. There's too many, it's overbearing, we've lost too much amenity space in the courtyard, and it needs to be rethought. Because people could live in these long term. You could have someone live there for 2 or 3 years. So, really, they should have the same facilities and amenities that other people could, because it's not like an apart hotel where you can only stay for 90 days, isn't it, or something like that. There's no rules on it. And I just want to know why, when there's less space because of the gym and everything, we've got more rooms.
Thanks for that, Councillor. Councillor Dryden.
Well, I carry on from there, because on page 111, there's conditions there that people can't stay for more than 90 days here. It's more of a holiday let, so they can only stay not up to 90 days for a 12-month period. And I remember a few years ago we had this. We had concerns then because who monitors this, and have we ever asked to see records to see who's doing it? Because we don't know if anyone's staying for a year or so. So who's monitoring it? So I think sometimes, unless we are I know the full monitoring regime, we look at it. How do we know? Because if we don't know, it's not worth the paper it's written on, is it really?
Thank you, Councillor. Was there another hand up? Councillor Wood.
Apart from my concerns that the developers have upped the numbers of apartments, taken away the basement. So there's the points that have already been made. I would like some clarification as to why there's no basement now. Just about the cycle provision. I'm worried about the heat on some of these flats facing the courtyard. They're south facing. So what mitigation is there for them overheating? Because they are, these are all single aspect. I'm very concerned about the courtyard being reduced by 4% and the amenity space. And I was thinking as well, how easy is it going to be for a wheelchair to move around, or mobility scooter? I'd like to clarify the date and the status of the extant planning, which of course is already planning permission that's come up. And the other thing, this gym, is it really large enough to be viable? I don't see any, and I'd like to see I didn't see it in the report, the actual size of these square metres of the apartments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just one of your points then, I think you said you're bemused by the cycle provision. So if I heard you right, I think you said you were bemused by the cycle provision, or maybe I misheard you, but if you could just repeat that question.
Confused.
Oh, confused. So could you be a bit more succinct maybe for the officer to be able to answer? Or was it a rhetorical question?
Cycle parking, we've got some at the front, some at the back. We've got what looks like an awful lot of cycle parking or stands in that's sort of in the building with a separate door. Cargo bikes, I've got a question about that, of course. I had thought through there, but I now see that that's separate. But I just wanted clarification again on the numbers for staff, the numbers for residents, the provision of cycle parking. Thank you. Cargo bikes.
Great. Okay, thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Porer.
Thank you, Chair. I share quite a few of the concerns. Two boring ones. Could we have an EV charge point added to the disabled space? And could we have the condition about external letterboxes? I noticed they're referred to in the report that if they are, they could be external. I would like 2 extra conditions if you would consider it. I'd also like a condition, whatever you can do between the officers to encourage at least 1 cargo off-gauge cycle space, particularly picking up Councillor Bennett's point that we may not necessarily have many disabled parking spaces, but we should certainly have some off-gauge parking. I know the residents have talked about a commemoration plaque. I don't think there's a public art contribution from this one, but if there were, I would suggest that might be a very good thing for the public art to focus on, something commemorating the history. So that's on paragraph 9.1. And if not, I'd urge ward councillors maybe to take that forward separately. S106, paragraph 10.4, condition 44, how satisfied are we that community access will be robust? How much control do we have on that if this goes through? That, we don't want it to be half an hour a week for 20 quid. We want genuine community access. And I think before we've queried that, and it would be good to have some more details. And finally, just to pick up, my understanding is the size of the rooms hasn't changed, but what's been lost is the amenity space, merging the cafe with the reception and a smaller gym. So if that's, And finally, it would be really useful if officers could just confirm, because these are maximum stay 90 days, I don't think we can enforce the amenity space and the balconies and the open space, but it would be useful for officers just to run through which policies do or don't apply and what leeway we do have, because I do share concerns. At the moment, we seem to have lost amenity facilities under which the previous consent was given. But although I do welcome the fact the basement doesn't involve digging holes in the chalk stream, which is always a plus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So quite a few questions there to pick up. I think if you don't mind, please. Some of them might overlap a bit, so that might make things a bit easier, and then we can come back with any follow-up questions afterwards. So you, Amy, please.
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I can hear a bit of feedback. Oh, there we go. So just going around, so Councillor Collis, just answering your questions on the provision of open space being sufficient. So with service departments, the issue being that there isn't many policies in relation to them. So in terms of actual kind of open space, it's quite difficult to enforce the need for it, or enforce how much of it needs to be provided, given that these developments are very much in between a hotel-esque development or a kind of flats development. So it's one of these developments where the provision of open space isn't something that is required. So the provision of the courtyard and the terraces isn't necessarily, we can't enforce against it. It is something that is just included, given that when you go to a hotel, there isn't necessarily open space that you can enjoy. You tend to just get a room with a toilet or whatnot. But given that you can stay here slightly longer, the provision of the courtyard is considered to be sufficient, that occupants will only be staying here for a period of 90 days, or max period of 90 days within a 12-month period. The engagement with residents, I can't comment on that. I'm not aware of what the engagement was, but I'm sure it can be something that I can find out and reiterate back to you. The new scheme and the fallback position, being clear on the extent permission. So the permission was granted in 2019 and it needed to be implemented within 3 years. The applicant has made a material start on site by undertaking groundworks, which they have had signed off from building regulations. So they can issue or can undertake the previous scheme in its entirety. The clarity on the units provided, I have looked up at the previous amendment sheets from that scheme, and I do apologise, it was permission for 36 units rather than 39, so that is an addition of 7 units. In this time around, asking for that's the current number of units. The floor spaces being decreased in the amenity space, again for drying clothes. Some areas have terraced where they could potentially dry clothes or sit out there for amenity space. There is on-site laundry rooms that occupants can utilise, where they could dry their clothes there or use those kind of facilities. Again, it's difficult given that there isn't many policies on service departments where the need for the open space isn't really dictated. So the way of drying clothes is more so kind of depending on what facilities, the laundry room, the terrace, the private spaces that certain units offer. The cycle parking for off-gauge cycles and bikes, and for staff parking. So from what I can see on the plans and from the statement, there isn't any off-gauge parking cycle storage offered. However, given the current cycle store that's been offered to us, officers feel like there is some room for improvement, hence why we've put in a condition which the redesign of the cycle store needs to come back, so we can just review how that would be used, and I'm sure given the comments today that can off-gauge cycle parking can be incorporated into that design. For staff parking, the applicant has confirmed that the 22 cycle stores, the Sheffield stands around the development can be used by employees, or if the service department isn't at full occupancy, that employees can use the secure cycle store as well. So there has been provision made for employees and for visitors to these communal amenities. The agreement for the local car park. So the previous scheme did have an agreement with for local parking in, I think it was the Queen Anne's car park. This scheme does not offer that. This is a car-free development, so that this scheme does not offer any car parking in that relation. Access requirements in terms of disability for the 2x2 being not accessible for all users in wheelchairs, as well as mobility scooters. The dimensions required for these elements being disabled units and for disabled toilets would have to be undertaken in regards to building regs. So that is something that we can ensure is undertaken and made sure that that is adhered to ensure accessibility to all. The issue of being 6 bays and not just the 1 bay, that is something that we would have to revisit, only being that the provision on site for 6 bays being a car-free development is quite difficult. It would be something we'd have to liaise with highways on, given that the current bay is on highways land. So we'd have to then go back and make sure that the provision of another 6 bays is appropriate, given that the Coleridge Road elevation is in the CPZ, while the Mill Road, that small section, technically isn't, being that the wider area is. So we would have to see where we could place those potential bays and make sure that they would be required. So I've done immediate room sizes. So the room sizes have changed minorly. So there has been, I think it's by a square metre or so in some of the units, they have got smaller, while other units have got larger. It's more so just the internal reorganisation of the units to include those changes to the communal amenities, as well as the uplifting units. The time limit for 90 days. So that is something that I've carried over from the extant permission, just to make sure that someone can't live there, because service departments aren't residential dwellings. So it's a completely different list of standards. So someone living there would not be suitable or appropriate. So that's why we've put on that 90-day max condition, where they can't return within a 12-month period. So that's 90 days. Let's just have a look. So the heat element of the single aspect, officers did pick up this concern earlier on in the application. So we met with the sustainability officer who provided such comments about overheating, and we came to a decision that these issues could be addressed via condition. If I just quickly get the numbers up of which ones those are, I believe it's conditions 23 and 24 of the report pack, so that the applicant would have to address those concerns before building the development, and make sure that those concerns of single aspect elements were addressed. The units being single aspect, it's not the best, but at the same time, you'd normally get a single aspect room for a hotel or something like that, and that these people, as the occupants aren't going to be living there permanently, it's more of a kind of, this is a temporary accommodation, not a year's accommodation, so it's thought to be acceptable. The next one would be the single aspect provision, apartments, cargo. Again, with the cargo bikes, it can be something that can be incorporated into the development, being the reorganisation of the bike store, just to see if those elements can be incorporated. The EV charge point on the disabled bay, I'm sure that could be something that we could incorporate, as well as the external letterboxes. my only concern with the external letterbox is I'm sure we could incorporate it being that people won't be here for that for more than 90 days. So it would be something where they'd have to set up a post direct or something. But I'm sure it could be something we could explore putting on. Public art as well. A plaque was requested by one of the consultees, or one of the societies, which would be a nice homage to the building, which I'm sure the applicant could consider incorporating into the design. Community access. So in terms of community access, as far as officer are aware, as well as what was presented in the report, there isn't necessarily going to be a limit of when the wider public can access the communal facilities. The only facility that the public can't access would be the courtyard, as these are just for occupants of the apartments, as well as it then poses issues of who can get into the courtyard in terms of access and who needs a fob to get in, or one of those. It's one of the elements that the public won't be able to access, but the rest to the front, being the CAF, gym, the community space, the business hub, that would be something that could be accessed by the public. And then the amenity space, again, just to reiterate, it's difficult to enforce amenity space on developments like this, given the lack of policy on the scheme. But some of the units benefit from private terraces, while all of the units will benefit from a communal courtyard. I think that's all the points. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
We will, Amy. Thank you very much. Well done. Lots of questions. So I think there might be a few more as well. So just hang on. I'll say a couple of things out of my turn yet. So it feels very much like squeezing a bit too much into this site, and I think the loss of the base, well, not having the basement is probably a good thing in one way, but another way it just means more stuff is going on to the upper floors, which seem to have less space than they really need to do the job that they're trying to do, as other councillors have said. The one thing that councillors haven't spoken about is the look of the thing. So it doesn't look that good to me. So the north elevation facing Mill Road looks a bit like a big building that's growing out of the existing facade in a not very nice way. It's trying to disguise it with the trees around, in front of it, but it still doesn't really get disguised. You wouldn't see it so much from the pavement, I suppose. You just see it yourself from the other side, you would, for sure. And then worse than that is the proposed west elevation, which is one of those classic elevations that you see in planning sometimes, which is, well, in planning committees, whatever, which is, it looks and is like it's designed by the right to light legislation. So, the sort of, the way that the facade gets lower to the right of the elevation to allow light to go to the existing dwellings on the right-hand side. I mean, I'm a great fan of asymmetry generally, but in this particular building, in this context, it looks ugly. And even though it's got the sort of classic two-storey connection with the other building on the left-hand side, which sort of helps a bit, it still looks ugly. So that's really where I stand on the look of the building, which I think is important. What I'm really saying when I say look is the design of the building, which is a planning matter. This is a planning matter. Residents are going to have this building, if approved, in their neighbourhood. And it's important. And I think just before we get on with more debate, remember, councillors, that we're basically considering something like a hotel here. It's not a load of houses. It's serviced accommodation, if you like, and we need to stick to that legislation when we talk about it. And just on that, I do feel that there's too much on this site at the moment. I think the applicant needs to rethink the scheme, come forward with a smaller scheme with less accommodation on the site so that it works better. That's my two penny worth. Councillor Bajan.
Thank you. I'd just like to clear up something that's not quite right. The developer did hold consultation with local councillors. Way back, I think in 2015, they met with local councillors and we said that we didn't want this development, this is the Park Hotel, that if it had to be developed, it should have been developed with homes. And that there should be some artisan workshops within the building to remember the previous use that it had been put to. I don't think any of those suggestions have been taken up. So there was a discussion with local councillors, but I would say it was largely ignored as my memory goes. I've got to say, this is a conservation area. It's right in the heart of Romsey on Mill Road. It's a Victorian corner. And if you stood near that corner and looked down the road 100 years ago, it would have looked exactly like it looks now, except for there's some traffic lights and road markings. And 100 years ago, the labourers of Romsey built this club, as Councillor Pounds said, with their own hands. They developed it for themselves. So it is a building of local interest. I think under previous situations, it would have been listed, but listed has changed recently. Yet the conservation officer has made no comment. No comment. So where can I go? The other councillors have made arguments, and I don't want to repeat all those, although I agree almost 100% with everything that was said. This is the destruction of a Victorian corner, as I say, in the heart of Romsey. What I really object to is that the front of the building is being raised by 2 floors, and that the windows that are at the front are absolutely out of keeping. We do not need a part hotel accommodation in this area. What we need are homes for people. And this is a betrayal of what this club was first built for.
Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard a lot and we've been asked about this, and we've been asked to, consider this in the light that it's temporary accommodation, that it should be treated slightly differently. Okay, so it's temporary accommodation, it's short stay. There is a lot being crammed into that site. So what does it, Councillor Bajan and his fellow ward councillors have spoken about the impact on the area. What is it actually going to add to the area? I don't see the benefits for the local area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to comment once more from my lived experience, and this time as an itinerant worker. As an auditor, you usually end up staying away for quite long periods. You go from one hotel to another, even 3 months, which is the sort of amount of time that, say, a student teacher on a PGCE course would be expecting to stay in Cambridge, or one of the Microsoft or Google interns, is very, very long. You really need the same quality as you do for permanent accommodation, because you can be spending years of your young life in accommodation like this. Anyway, sorry for the rant. Thank you, Chair.
No, it's all good stuff. Thank you, Councillor. Although just to say that in the end, this committee has to observe policy compliance. So you have an opinion, Councillor Bennett, but it's an opinion that is not quite, is a bit at odds with policy compliance, really, in the end. Councillor Dryden.
Quick question, Chair, for interest. You can only stay there for up to 90 days. Does that mean you can stay in that room? Could you move room and just go to another one?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
I want to go back to the issues raised by Councillor Bennett about access requirements. And there are access requirements for all buildings, not just residential buildings. And there are very clear policy, we have clear policies requiring access. So I think that this scheme is not in compliance with 57B, which asks for convenient, safe, that developments need to be convenient, safe and accessible for all users. 57D explicitly says successfully integrate bicycles and car parking. It fails to comply with 56F, which is create clearly defined public and private amenity spaces that are designed to be inclusive, usable, safe and enjoyable. And part K, designed for inclusive design, particularly for the needs of disabled people. So this is a commercial development. It still needs to provide all of those things, and I think it fails. It's also, we have to comply also with the Disability Discrimination Act and the Equalities Act. And they are not, if we don't ensure that those are provided in this commercial building by ensuring that all of the accessibility requirements of those acts, including the disability toilets requirements of non-domestic buildings, then we do not comply with the Disability and Equalities Act. So I think just on all those aspects that this is not an acceptable scheme. And I also concur with you, Chair, about the design, and also with Councillor Bajent about the conservation area. I think it doesn't. I think it damages the conservation area, particularly with what is happening to the front elevation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to be clear, I think, officers, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's up to the applicant and the potential owner of the property. Disability Discrimination Act and Equality Act 2010, not for this committee. So we have to observe planning legislation, and it's up to them to observe going forward with the Equality Act 2010, etc., all of that. Councillor Gorthrope-Wood.
Okay, well, these are quite coming from the bigger strategic points, and certainly I would also concur with what Councillor Collis has said about what does this lend to the area in terms of amenity. Now, condition 2324, is that strong enough to mitigate the effects of the single aspect and overheating of some of the flats here? Is there a management plan for the amenity space? There doesn't appear to be any laundry space, just commenting on the officer's points. And on condition 39, it references gas. I assume this would be a no gas development, and I assume that there's a central energy point somewhere, that these aren't, the flats aren't going to be controlled or have their individual supplies, will they?
Councillor Wright, let's go back to you then, Amy. There's a fair few more questions there, if you wouldn't mind answering. Some of them were rhetorical or not questions at all. And just before you speak, Toby wants to say something.
Chair, I just want to kind of raise some concerns about where this debate is going. Members have heard that there is an extant permission on this site that has been implemented. Officers are in receipt of the relevant building control documentation to confirm that development has commenced. There's an extant permission. So I want to make sure that members, in all reasonableness, are directing their attention to the differences between the schemes and also the policy position. So that extant scheme establishes the use. For example, I don't think it would be appropriate to revisit the principle of use under this application. Amy has shown you the design of the facades of the scheme in her presentation in comparison to the design of the scheme that's been approved. They are very, very similar. So in all reasonableness, members have to consider whether an argument to refuse the scheme on design would be appropriate in the circumstances of the extant consent. We have said that there are no open space requirements arising from serviced apartments. So positing a position of refusal in relation to that courtyard space is potentially very difficult. The Conservation Officer has responded to the application and has raised no objection and has recommended conditions. Likewise, the Urban Design Officers have supported the application. Just some commentary before I pass over to Amy on the management plan. Councillor Dryden did raise a question as to whether or not we've ever requested this type of information as part of consents that we've issued. The answer is yes. I think I've been involved in at least 2 cases. One case with regard to the student accommodation where on Mill Road, just down from here, where we've got a very similar occupancy condition where we requested information regarding who's actually occupying the building, and similarly on another site north of Cambridge at the former Texaco garage. So they are typically conditions. This type of management condition is something that we've done before, and it is something that we've actually started to take enforcement action over one of those sites. So it is a reasonable condition and we could monitor it. I'll pass over to Amy for the other points.
Thanks for that, Toby. So just to underline what Toby said there, the extant permission is a material planning consideration. So just let that sink in, a material planning consideration, which is this is a serious planning consideration, which means that you need to think about that when you make a decision. Okay, Amy.
So the time limit in terms of the 90 days and the no return, it would be returning to that establishment rather than that specific room, just to ensure that people aren't just moving from room to room. So it would be to return to that establishment rather than that individual room. The conditions 23 and 24 in terms of BREEAM. So those were the conditions that were recommended by the sustainability officer in order to overcome the overheating concerns that were raised. So officers are satisfied that those conditions would be sufficient enough to meet those concerns. In terms of the no laundry space, it's more so the laundry room that they could potentially have dryers there, or something like that for those clothes. But being that it's service departments, it could be something that a specific service is involved in doing laundry or something like that. Being that likewise you wouldn't go to a hotel and necessarily hang out your clothes, it's very similar in this situation where you'd have to kind of see what services would be available or what kind of use of the laundry rooms, as well as if you had a terraced area or something along those lines. With the management plan, so condition 31 refers to a service management plan for the actual deliveries and things like that, but also condition 33 is a landscaping condition which refers to the management and maintenance of the kind of courtyard area and various other vegetation around the site. I don't know if there was anything else. I think
there was a question on gas.
The gas,
yeah.
yes. So the gas question was a previous condition on the original consent, which very similar development as stated before. It was something where I checked with the applicant if that condition would still be relevant, and they confirmed that the gas condition would still be relevant where they'd actually be using gas and things like that. I would have to confirm.
And Councillor Collis's question was not really rhetorical, I don't think. You could give an answer to that. Her question was about what does it add? So I think the question would go along the lines of, is the site improved from what it was and what it is at the moment to what the applicant wants to do with it? So do you want to answer that, Amy, please?
Yes, so in terms of the scheme being improved, based on officers' recommendation, we would see that the site would be improved with the kind of provision of more kind of serviced units, incorporating that cycle storage from that basement. I think there was a question on the emission of the basement and why that was put forward, and that was just purely due to costs, that it's quite expensive to put in a basement. So that's why the basement had been omitted from the original design. It's adding something to the area, I think, kind of echoing what Toby said, being that the principle has been acceptable from previous committee. It must have been established that it would have been adding something in terms of the actual use of the development. The incorporation of the different elements like the business hub, the community space, being put into one room rather than having them two, which could be that room is used more so than the two rooms. That could potentially be wasted space in that sense if one isn't used that often, as well as the kind of increasing of the cafe area, allowing for more kind of public use as opposed to just keeping it quite close or smaller so that only occupants could use it. So I'd say in terms of providing services, it would be a improvement, or less what was previously kind of permitted. It's kind of along those same kind of lines of the improvement element.
Amy, Councillor Collis.
Sorry, I think Amy actually has answered that. I was just going to say that my question wasn't about improvements to the scheme, it was what it lent to the area. I'm not sure I quite agree, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So any more? Looks like there are yet. Councillor Porter.
Thanks, Chair. Just say I do take Toby's point. I feel, unfortunately, the ship has sailed in terms of it being bigger, than the height it was originally. So we have got to give weight to the extent. My concern, really, I think, comes down to the fact that removing the basement is understandable, is a positive in terms of carbon, but I would have expected to see the same relationship between the space available and the rooms, whereas actually what we've got is lots and lots of extra rooms and a lot or less or shared community space. So the community space stroke business hub room, if you look on the plans, is not generous, I think would be a polite way. The cafe is slightly bigger, but that's to the benefit of the applicant as well. Obviously, they want their people to buy things there. So to me, what I'm finding difficult to justify is I think the original one would have struck a balance between the available space, even though it's not a policy requirement, there is a requirement to have, successful spaces, I think Councillor Thornborough alluded to. And for me, it's now out of kilter because what they've done is they've taken out the basement and basically used all the space for rooms and there's the same, I can't describe, the same balance isn't there between the community space, going Councillor Collis's point, that even though the conservation officer is happy with it, we do still have to make sure that these developments are balanced. And I feel the balance has now changed, unfortunately, in favour of lots more rooms and lots less space, which for me is where I'm sticking. Much as I would like it to be lower and different size, that ship has sailed, I fear, because of the extant permission. So that's where I'm sitting. And again, if officers have anything to add on that, I'd be grateful, because obviously if we were to move to refusal, we need to have clear grounds. But for me, that does feel a material ground because it has changed the balance from the previous application, even though it hasn't changed the outline. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
I was just wondering if we could add an informative. Informative 1 draws the applicant's attention to the comments of the access officer already, but I was just wondering if we could be a little bit more specific and note the requirement for a bar toilet large enough to accommodate a bariatric wheelchair and a carer as well as a disabled user. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, you have a lot to say in this area, and it's really useful. But from my information, because I just don't know, is the thing that you just described the same as a changing places toilet, or is that a different thing altogether?
A changing places toilet is one where you can do babies' nappies, I believe. I'm not an expert myself. That's everything.
It can be for adults as well, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll leave it as you said. I won't interfere. Thank you. Okay. One thing I don't understand, officers, is if we were inclined to want to refuse this scheme or refuse the recommendation, is there not a middle way where we might accept the existing extant permission, but not to accept this one on the basis this one has 43 units and the previous one has 36? Or is that not acceptable because the previous one has been approved, that we then are in a position where it's difficult to not approve this one, even though it's 7 units more? And also, I don't want to sum this up, because it's up to you individual councillors to sum this up in your own minds from what you've heard and said and so on, what officers have said. But from my point of view, I've spoken against the scheme, and there are many aspects to the scheme I don't like, but because of being policy compliant and accepting that there is this extant permission, I'm disinclined to go against the officer recommendation myself. But could you come back, Amy, on that which I just said then about the what we can and can't do in terms of the planning committee with regard to the extant permission and this permission that's on this application that's on the table today?
So I think with kind of reiterating what Toby said before, that the principle being acceptable in the sense that has already gained permission for a development that's very similar, that members would be would need to put forward some reasons for refusal apart from the principle, because that's already been considered acceptable under this extant permission, which the applicant can enforce and can go through with, given that they have made a material start on site. So I think depending on the again, I don't want to say too much in which way the vote would go, but it would be more so the principle wise would be hard to refuse on, given that it was deemed acceptable at a previous committee and there is an existing permission for those types of works.
I'm still not quite with you, Amy. Maybe Toby might want to say something as well. I just don't understand exactly how we can approve 36, but then another scheme comes to the table with 43 units, and we're in a position where it's difficult not to accept the officer recommendation to approve. Is that not a different scheme because it's got more units? Or I'm not talking about the principle. The principle has been established.
Thanks, Chair. So it is difficult. I think Councillor Pora probably hit the nail on the head in that if members were to pursue a reason for refusal, legitimately it would appear that the only reason for refusal could relate to the nature of that open space in terms of its quantum, and possibly some of the internal space provision as well. I think straying beyond that reason for refusal would be extremely difficult. It would be a very difficult reason for refusal to defend for officers, because there's no policy standard required of the development. So as I said, the extant permission is very strong material consideration for members. My view is it'd be a weak reason for refusal, but there is a policy basis for it. Councillor Thornborough has already read out a couple of relevant policies that we could seek to draft if members weren't likely to carry the officer recommendation. Is that clear, Chair?
Thank you, Toby. So, Councillor Bajan.
Chair, I recognise that there's an extant approval, but that was a number of years ago and people's minds change. And people change. This committee is vastly different. The planning committee at the time passed an approval for this site. It wasn't a unanimous decision. It was a mixed decision. We are now faced with another application, and a new committee. I'd like to raise a couple of points. Times and opinions change. As I recollect, there was a nursery. It's gone. There was a retail unit. It's gone. We are now very much more aware of disability, and Councillor Bennett has raised some issues that we were neglectful of last time. Also, the front of the building has changed. The windows are, from what I can see from the drawings, larger and uglier. And so I think we've got plenty of reasons not to agree this building if that's what we choose to do. And I think we have arguments that we can make. The removal of the basement seems to me to be one of the reasons why this has been brought forward. Now that's a personal view. There is a basement area as it stands at the moment, as I recollect, and there was an approval to develop that basement area. Now the basement area is no longer in the planning application. So I think we've got a reason to change our mind. I think that the committee changing in itself alone is sufficient to give substance to that argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Did you want to respond to that, Toby, or shall I?
I'll let you respond.
So I'll just say on one of those aspects, Councillor, I feel that I'm at odds with what you just said. So you said that different committees have different opinions. This is not a good place for applicants to be. Applicants need to have the certainty that a council committee will make a decision one day that will be the same the next day on the basis of policy compliance. So, plus also, we have this extant permission, which is on the table today, but wasn't on the table when the first decision was made. So I think there is both a difference in the latter matter, but also a similarity in the former, in that we're expected to make decisions on the basis of policy, not on the basis of our own personal thoughts, which is what you alluded to, Councillor. Councillor Bajent.
What I'm saying, Chair, is that it is established in law that where council officers do not have the right to subjectivity, that councillors do have the right to subjectivity. And therefore, when a committee changes, the subjectivity of that committee can change.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dryden.
Councillor Page, I wasn't at the last, I was on the committee when this got approval, and just because it got approved don't mean I have to come here and vote for something which I don't think is right.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll say the same to you. There is an extant permission on the table today. Councillor Porer.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Chair. I just want to note that the previous application had car parking provision at a multi-storey, and that's been removed from this one. So would that be another grounds we could consider, given that we've also got concerns about general parking? Because obviously, again, it's just that issue of things that have been removed that kind of haven't come back into this one that worry me. And I agree with the Chair and with Toby. I think the other issues are slightly harder to defend, but the reallocation of the space versus the living and the lack of car provision that is not being carried forward to this one. So no agreement with the multi-storey. Thank you.
Amy, Toby has answered the question on parking. I don't know if that was answered earlier, so leave it to him.
Yeah, I think Amy did mention that the previous scheme did secure something. I wasn't sure from Amy's answer whether it was secured through the planning permission, often with the service departments. Then, such as the varsity, there's an informal agreement between the two parties. That may have been the case here, I'm not sure. But again, there's no policy requirement for, parking for serviced apartments. So that would be a very difficult reason to put to an inspector on a refusal. Amy, I don't know if you can clarify the nature of the agreement on the permission previously.
Yep, I'm just having a quick look now. I think based off of the location of the actual site and that the scheme is now being put forward as car free, the site is in a quite central location, easily within cycling distance of the city centre, as well as being quite close to the train station, that officers don't think that then the development not having car spaces designated would be a concern. The applicant has also said they'll make it very clear to future occupants or potential occupants of the development that they would tell them that it is car free and that there's no car parking at the actual site or offered, so that this would potentially dissuade people that are kind of car users, that there's other ways that you need to get to this central location. Just having a look here on the previous decision notice, I can't seem to see that. Yeah, so there was a car use reduction plan for details of the prison for parking for visitors, cycle hire, discount car hire, and park and ride charge and valet parking, which was to be submitted. So there were conditions that were securing some form of parking, but it just isn't being offered under this scheme.
Thanks, Amy. So you've had two answers there from Toby and from Amy, and let's note the pertinent words in what Toby said, where there is no policy. There is no policy. So anything you say about that will be your own. Yes, Councillor Thornborough.
I'd like to just challenge you a bit, because we do have a policy which actually refers to successfully integrate bicycles and car parking, but it's not a policy which states the standard which that will be carried out. So we do have a policy, but not a stated standard.
I think the point here is, can the policy be defended on appeal? Councillor Dryden.
Again, if this gets refused, obviously they go back to the first one that's been approved. So then they'll have to abide by what they agreed for the first policy. As Councillor Bajan said, a nursery, a shop. So if we refuse this, that's because we want to get what was first approved.
Caveat to that, Councillor Dryden, is that the applicant may choose to appeal. So, of course, that's their prerogative. So I think we're good for a decision now, councillors. We've had a very good debate on this item, and we'll stop for lunch afterwards. So, Toby, do you want to give us the recommendation, please?
Yeah, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 110 of the agenda pack, and that is to approve the scheme subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers, subject to the additional condition regarding condition 2 regarding the approved plans and the informatives on the amendment sheet, and subject to a condition regarding an EV point for the disabled space, a condition regarding external letterboxes, and a condition relating to a commemoration plaque.
Thank you, Toby. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? All those against?
5, Chair.
And abstentions?
2, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. So in that case, we'll need to get some reasons for refusal. Shall we get on with that now? I think, haven't we really? Yes, Councillor Thornborough.
So I would suggest it's.
I was just going to say, before you get going, is everyone okay to carry on? We've been going quite a long time. You don't need to come for a break or anything. No? Okay, right, carry on, Councillor Thornborough.
I would suggest it's policy 56 F and K, and policy 57 B and D, NPPF 92 and NPPF 130. They're the ones to do with, I think that, picking up on what Councillor Porra says, is basically the additional accommodation has resulted in a scheme that has resulted in that it is not accessible or convenient for all users, and it doesn't successfully integrate the cycling. It doesn't provide the good private and public amenity spaces that need to be inclusive, and that it's this extra accommodation is also means it's not an inclusive design for disabled people. That's my main focus because of the additional accommodation.
Also mentioned design in the debate as well, Councillor Thornborough. Didn't know if you wanted
I
to
feel
mention
that I agree with Toby that is actually not, that would be very difficult to uphold. Yeah. So
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Porrer.
I can't phrase it as beautifully as Councillor Thornborough, but I think I want to get across it's this out of kilter that the previous permission was granted for a certain number of houses, and we heard from CPPF that was reduced to 36 to comply with, I've forgotten which policy it was, apologies, I think it was 57. And now we've got lots of extra rooms, but no extra benefit for the users and the community, in fact, because one of the reasons I imagine the previous committee would have agreed it was because there were these community benefits of the shared gym and the business space and the community thing, and that hasn't expanded or even stayed the same as far as I can see. So I can't put that into policy terms, but I'm rather hoping Toby and Amy might be able to be slightly more articulate than me on that.
No, I think it's good for us, Councillor Sutton, to say things in the words that we feel, best able to use, and then it's up to officers to do that, yes, of course. Anything else, councillors, from the people that voted? No? Just want to tease anything out of the committee that they've heard in debate that we've not mentioned now before we start writing up reasons for refusal? Toby?
I think the only question is it's not just the design of the space, but it's the amount, amount of space compared to that previously approved.
So subject, well,
Dryden?
put it in words again, they've got more apartments there now and less community space. So if you should have more community space, we've got more apartments.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Thornborough.
again, I think the same proportion of community space should be provided with an increased number of units. Also, the point that Councillor Porrer was making about previously there was a scheme for dealing with cars and visitor parking, etc., and hire cars, and that's not included in this. And I think, therefore, the provision for bikes need to be for those. It needs to allow for 43 bikes for those staying, plus the staff who could be working there, plus the visitors. And I don't think that's been accommodated to reflect the fact that this is now a car-free development.
Thank you, Councillor. Last chance, any more? Oh yes, Councillor Walter-Wood.
Just on this balance and proportions, it's just a comment really. What I wouldn't want to see is the flats made smaller to allow the community areas to be bigger.
Thank you. Any disagreement with any of those things said so far? No? Okay. All right, so we're going to need a little while for the officers to put together a form of words that reflects that which you've just put forward, councillors. So perhaps about 15 minutes, is that long enough? Or
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay then. So have a little break till 1:25, and then we could have lunch break. But the officers need to have their lunch as well. So perhaps we'll just have a 10-minute break to put the form words together, come back, and then have lunch after that. If that's okay, councillors. Yeah, we'll have a lunch after that. As I said, we'll have lunch after this item. Don't discuss the item, please, whilst you're having your 10-minute break. I should call it adjournment. And James? Good. Welcome back, everyone, after the adjournment to put a form of words together with regard to councillors' reasons for refusal of the officer recommendation. So at the moment, we're sort of in neutral. We have no decision, so we need to look at this recommendation and go from there. So, Toby, do you want to read that recommendation out, please, now?
Thanks.
If you can show it on screen as well, or just read it.
I'll have to join the meeting to put it on the
Just
screen.
read it out and see if councillors have a problem, then we'll put it on screen as well.
Yeah. So it would read, the proposed development by virtue of the quantum of service departments in brackets over and above those approved on the extant permission 19/00004/full on the site and the design layout and provision of communal open space within the courtyard and community space within the building would fail to provide a suitable amount of communal space appropriate to a high quality scheme and fail to be inclusive and accessible for future occupants and visitors to the building, and as such is contrary to policies 56 and 57 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018 and NPPF 2021 paras 92 and 130.
Thank you, Toby. Do members need to see that on screen or anything, or have anything checked? Just use your microphone, please, councillor.
Sorry, could you read it again? I just want, the sequence of words is important, yeah? Thanks.
Proposed development by virtue of the quantum of service departments in brackets over and above those approved on the extant permission 19/00004/full on the site, close brackets, and the design layout and provision of communal open space within the courtyard and community space within the building, comma, would fail to provide a suitable amount of communal space appropriate to a high quality scheme and fail to be inclusive and accessible for future occupants and visitors to the building, as such is contrary to policies 56 and 57 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018 and NPPF 2021 paras 92 and 130.
You referred to community use rather than amenity use. I just wondered whether it may be better to use amenity use because that's actually referred to in policy 56, but I'm guided by you. We haven't talked about this cycle provision, but I don't know whether you feel that some.
Councillor, are there any other comments, councillors? Councillor Poorer.
Thanks, Toby. I just wondered if we should be more explicit to actually say an increase of 7 with no, I've forgotten the word, no similar increase in open.
Proportionate.
Thank you. Because I think that's the point, and also because obviously there's been an amendment, as we said, so it's gone from 4 to 7. I would like it to say an increase in 7 with no proportionate increase in community and amenity space. And indeed, there's a reduction, I believe, in both because of the merging of the function of the business hub and the community hub.
Okay, thank you. Any more? No, okay. Toby, you need to do some more writing, do you, for a minute? Give him a couple of minutes because there was a cycle parking thing as well, wasn't there?
Chair, I think the cycle parking thing is difficult because they are providing 44 spaces within the internal space, which is kind of, the policy doesn't actually require a quantum for service, and they're providing external spaces for visitors, plus it could be reconfigured any way to be better to get your off-gauge cycle parking. So I could include consent. I don't think it's necessary to go into explicitly into the uplift. So I could read one final time.
So just before you start, so I mean, obviously, members' thoughts and comments are very useful, but we're probably best guided by the officer to get the final draft, I think. And also, it doesn't matter how many reasons we've got, one is enough if it's a good one. So let's just get the best. Please.
Chair, we have found that when we go to appeal, if we go to appeal, then if we haven't made the points, then we're in trouble. So one is not enough.
Thank you, Councillor Dryden.
And it's always best to have more reasons, the better.
Maybe, okay. I think as long as they're good, that's the thing. Just let Toby put together a new form of words and then we'll check that.
I'm just using my planning training, Chair. What I was told when I did planning training was what I said.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. So, then we might need to take a break. The proposed development by virtue of the quantum of service departments in brackets over and above those approved on the extant permission 19/0004/full on the site, close brackets, comma, and the design, layout and provision of communal within the courtyard and community space within the building, and fail to provide a suitable amount, in brackets, proportionate to the extant consent, which is 7 fewer than proposed, of communal space appropriate to a high quality scheme, and fail to be inclusive and accessible for future occupants and visitors to the building, and as such is contrary to policies 56 and 57 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018 and NPPF 2021, paras 92 and 130.
Thank you, Toby. Councillor Agent.
Chair, would it be possible for us to state that if it wasn't for the extant consent, there would be other reasons for not approving this site?
Toby?
Distracted, Chair. Could you repeat the question?
Sorry, Toby, I should have noticed that you were busy. Would it be possible for us to state that if it wasn't for the extant consent, that there would be other reasons that we would be raising to deny this approval?
I think that would be a reasonable proposition to put to any inspector. No.
Any more councillors? Okay, so should we vote on that reason for refusal then? Yep, okay. So all those in favour of that reason for refusal?
Yeah, that's unanimous.
Thank you. So now we need to vote to refuse the item. All those in favour of refusing this item?
Sorry, Martin, I missed what you just said because
So we've put your hands down. So we voted to approve the reason for refusal. And now we need to use that reason for refusal to refuse permission for this item. So the second vote is for that. So all those in favour of refusal?
Thank you, Chair. That is unanimous of the members who are present. We have had one member who has left, so that is 8 members. Thank you,
Yeah,
Chair.
thanks for clarifying, Sarah. Okay, that's it then. Thanks very much. So the item is refused. Thank you, councillors, for a very robust debate. And we'll come back at 2:15 after lunch and do the last major item of the day. Thank you. Welcome back to afternoon planning. Next item is item 7, the Emperor 21 Hills Road. Speakers, we've got 3 objectors to speak, one of which has given us a statement to read as they had to leave. And then there's the agent and the Councillor Gilded Bell. So, Councillor Agent.
Chair, before we get started and spend any time on this, I'd like to ask for this to be deferred. There is no fire officer's report for us to consider. There is a underground basement, which has got a restaurant and a kitchen and a spare room in. There is only a single exit from that ground floor, up a staircase. I think that we need to have a fire service opinion on this before we consider it.
I appreciate your experience in the fire service. That's very useful to have that. Thank you. And I appreciate you're making a proposal which will, I'll get a response from the officer and then we'll have a vote on it if need be. Councillor Dryden.
You just mentioned Councillor Bayes is a very experienced fire officer, so I would second his proposal.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, we won't vote on it just yet. We'll just get a response from the officer before we get that far. So, do you want to respond to the, or shall I ask the officer? Michael, do you want to respond to that proposal to defer this decision because there is no fire officer's report?
Yeah, I mean, I can confirm, Chair, there is no sort of fire officer's report. But I think unless Toby Williams thinks otherwise, this would usually be sort of covered also under building regulations. So I don't think personally it's a ground for a deferral straight away, but I'll let Toby confirm whether that's the case.
Thank you, Michael. Toby?
Thanks, Chair. I concur with Michael.
So just, okay, Councillor, just to be clear, before we potentially go to the vote on this, can I just confirm or otherwise that councillors can defer an item for any reason they see fit, or should the reason be a good and proper reason? Because Michael just inferred then it wasn't a reason to defer the item. So I don't know if Michael or Keith or Toby would like to answer that. Maybe I'll go to you first, Michael, as you're the case officer.
Again, I'll defer to Toby afterwards, but it's a sort of matter for the members to consider whether it's a good and proper reason as such. My feeling is that it would be, you know, a planning reason needs to be made as to why it's deferred. But again, I'll defer to Toby unless he thinks otherwise.
Yeah, that sounds reason. Planning reason would be appropriate, wouldn't it? As it's planning committee, I think we'll leave it at that. Councillor Dryden.
If the fire officer's report it could actually make the changes of what the planning's coming forward, well, it is a good reason to defer it.
Councillor Bagent, you had your hand up again, I think? Yeah, I think, Chair. Use your microphone, please, Councillor.
Chair, that times have changed since Grenfell Tower, where 72 people died because the fire service weren't consulted on changes made to the building. Since that time, this council, I understand, have asked for a fire service view on planning applications. I don't know what's gone wrong betwixt and between, but without a report on this from the fire service, it would be wrong, simply wrong, for us councillors to consider it. We would be putting people's lives at risk if we don't know what the danger is from this. So it is a material consideration.
Councillor, any other comments from councillors? Councillor Bennett.
I was just going to say that if we haven't had a fire officer report, there might be alterations required to comply with the fire officer's report, which we would also then not be able to see and make a judgment on. So I would support Councillor Bagent's call.
Just as far as I'm aware, we don't always have a fire officer's report on items we consider, but Councillor Collis.
That was going to be my question, was whether it was usual to have a fire officer's report. I'm not sure that we can make a good and informed decision with only part of the information that we need.
That's correct. Chair, we don't always have a fire officer's report. Sometimes we do for residential proposals following Grenfell. You have to go through a kind of fire safety process where building control and the fire authority do comment on buildings that are over, I think it's 17 metres, but I don't believe that there's a requirement for us to consult or have a fire officer's report on this planning application. It is separate legislation that the applicants would have to abide by.
Councillor Thornborough.
We have had fire officers we had it regarding an access for a hotel before, so it's not, we deferred an application to get more information from fire officers, so it's not, wouldn't be the first time we asked for information from fire officers regarding that means of escape.
Thank you, Councillor. So you've heard it from the League Planning Officer. We don't have to have a fire officer report to consider an item. However, there's a proposal on the table that we do not consider this item because we do not have a fire officer report, which has been seconded. So if there's no more debate on this proposal, we'll go to the vote on that. So all those that are in favour of the proposal to defer this item.
Eight in favour, Chair.
Against?
That's one, Chair.
Abstentions. Okay, so this item is deferred to the next available committee. In that case, thank you very much for that, councillors. We'll go to the next planning item, which is the first minor item of the day, King's College, item 8. Item 8 is Mary Collins, and so just to say, I suppose that's basically clear, but to the objectors who are waiting to speak and to Peter McEwen, the agent, obviously you won't be able to speak now, have to wait for when it comes back to committee. So item 8, Mary Collins, we've got the applicant Nicolette to speak, and I think that's it, isn't it? There's anything else? Yeah, just the one speaker. So Mary, if you're ready to present the item then, please.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Hello, hear you, can't see you yet.
Yes, yeah. Right, I'm ready to present. I'll just get the PowerPoint up.
See that, Mary, thanks.
Right, okay. It's just right, okay. Hopefully everyone can see the screen and hear me okay.
Yep, we can, yep.
The application is for the siting of a commemorative sculpture to Alan Turing, and it's by Sir Anthony Gormley. The application site is at King's College, King's Parade in Cambridge. The application site is within the historic conservation area. It's within the setting of Grade 1 listed buildings and is within a registered park and garden of special historic interest, which is Grade 2 star listed. It is a protected open space and is a private space of King's College. So this plan here just basically shows the arrangement of the college buildings. The heritage assets identified in this case are of the finest quality. Their significance derives from the ensemble of buildings, two of which are the finest examples of architecture of their period nationally and within Cambridge. And they are in a distinctive landscape setting. So the chapel, which everybody knows where that is in Cambridge, is here and here on these drawings. This is described as the most magnificent building of Cambridge and its greatest work of the Middle Ages. The neighbouring Gibbs building, which is here, shown here and here, this is described as the greatest collegiate building of the 18th century Cambridge. These two great buildings are seen along each other from the magnificent views across the front court. So this is from King's Parade here, front court, and from the backs and the Great Lawn. The front court has a distinctive entrance from King's Parade and the South Range. The landscaping comprises linear series of open spaces. Those of the front court and Great Lawn and the backs provide an open and simple setting against which the buildings are seen. In addition to the architectural and aesthetic significance of King's College, it also derives a very high level of historical significance from people associated with the college over the centuries. As everybody probably realises, the college is also within the conservation area where it's appreciated in conjunction with other colleges along the river, particularly sort of from the backs, as you know, across here. The conservation area appraisal illustrates the key positive views to the focal features of the Gibbs building, the chapel, and the south range of Clare College. So Clare College would be up here a bit more. It states the views across the backs are the most frequently reproduced images of Cambridge, with the view of Clare College and King's College Chapel being the most iconic image used to represent the university and city around the world. The quality of these views is a combination of the green setting of manicured lawns with wilder paddocks, the river with its traditional activity of punting, and architecturally elaborate bridges, with the spectacular architecture of the historic college buildings as a focus of the view, without interruption or discordant structures, with clear space behind. So there's clear views of the college buildings. So that's just an overview of the heritage assets. And so these identify assets of the very high significance, and the weight the council should give to their conservation should therefore be very considerable. So the actual proposal is for a sculpture. Oops, sorry, I'll just go back to this slide and just show you where it would be sited. And it would be sited adjacent to the main path from the front court, so here, to the river and the bridge. So here it is. It would be in a small area formed by the space in between the end of the William Wilkins building, so here, and the library and lodge ranges, which sort of extend further here. The immediate setting of the sculpture would be on a roundel of paving designed by Sir William Holford, which is to the front of the entrance into Webb's Court. So the actual proposal itself is a sculpture designed by Sir Anthony Gormley, and it comprises an abstract metal figure, 3.668 metres high, and it's made from 19 gas-cut Corten steel blocks, which are 150 millimetres thick. It's described as a human body, but using cantilever, propping and pillar construction, and an expression of the industrial and computer age, using techniques only made possible through computing. The material has been chosen as contemporary material, which will weather over time. In height, the sculpture would be twice life-size, rising to the height of the windows in the hall range and the top of the arcade into Webb's Court, and above the people traversing the college grounds. So I will hopefully show you some pictures showing that impact. So first of all, these are some photo montages just showing the view from the front court. I don't know if you can see, but this is an indication of what the sculpture would be, how it would be seen. So as you can see, it's visible across the front court between the Wilkins building and the Gibbs buildings.
Just hold on a minute, Mary. Just hold on. Toby wants to say something about the presentation.
Mary, is it possible you could kind of go full screen on the presentation, please? Because the screen that you're sharing with us at the moment. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, that wouldn't be yeah.
Toby.
Sorry. Right, I'll just stop sharing for a minute, sorry. Right, okay. That should be full screen now.
Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Do you want me to go back to any slides or?
I think it was perhaps the one before that, which was a bit difficult to see. So I think that's right. Good.
Oh yeah. Well, it is a very, very small image, but this is this is where.
See it now, actually, a bit better. I can see
Yeah,
it anyway.
Yeah. So there would be views between the two buildings from the front court. This is a closer view showing that, as I mentioned before, it is sort of twice human scale. So this is it shown in relation to the arcade into the entrance into Webb's Court, and also you've got a sort of people there showing the scale of it. So this view would be seen along this path, which is to the front of the Gibbs building. As I say, into the entrance into Webb's Court. This is looking from the opposite direction. So if you were walking up from the river towards the front court and eventually to King's Parade, which is there. And so this shows a bit more of the context in which the sculpture would be sited. And this is a long range view showing the backs and the Great Lawn, showing again the Gibbs building here, the end of the Wilkins building here, and the further range here, and the statue or sculptures sited there. So it's would be tucked right into the corner of the Great Lawn. So I think that's all. Yep. So the photo montages indicate that the sculpture would be clearly visible, would be a clearly visible insertion into the space between the Wilkins building and the Gibbs building, and within the wider panorama with the college and its lawn when viewed from the backs. Set in the southeast corner of the Great Lawn, it would be seen in the views from the west from the backs and the Great Lawn, and from the front court between the Gibbs and Wilkins building. Views from the west towards the chapel, Gibbs building and Clare College are the most iconic in the city, encompassing two of the finest buildings in the city, with the river and distinctive meadows and lawns setting in the foreground. Whilst the focus of the views is generally towards the chapel, the sculpture would be positioned to the southeast but would be seen within these views. It is also considered it would obviously be more prominent the closer that you get to it, and in closer views across the Great Lawn. And as I say, from the path going along the front of the Gibbs building. So in terms of harm, Historic England advised the introduction of the sculpture by reason of its siting in a prominent position at the core of the King's College architectural ensemble and within its sensitive landscape, as well as its distinctive contemporary cantilevered pillar and propping design form, height and use of materials of a very different colour and texture to that of neighbouring buildings, would be clearly visible and eye-catching, and would be at odds with the particular character created by the interplay of the existing buildings and landscape. They considered this would result in harm of a less than substantial nature to the significance of the listed buildings and landscape, and by extension the conservation area. This harm would be of a moderate level to heritage assets of the highest national significance. So, as harm has been identified to the setting, the listed buildings and so on, any harm requires clear and convincing justification in accordance with paragraph 200 of the MPPF. So where a proposal will lead to less than substantial harm, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. So with regards to public benefits, the public commemoration of Alan Turing's work through a distinctive and striking contemporary sculpture within the college would amount to a very visible acknowledgement of his significance and contribution to society and to science. Given Turing's association with King's College, commemoration of his contribution on a prominent site within the heart of a contemporary college life and movement through its grounds is considered to be an important part of the public benefit derived. This benefit would be experienced by students, visitors to the college and residents of Cambridge. Whilst noting the distinctive characteristics and form of the sculptures, the work is by one of the most prominent and well-known contemporary sculptors, Sir Anthony Gormley, who also studied at Cambridge. Recognition of these two significant figures and their contribution to science and to art through the sculpture would add a new aspect to the artistic and aesthetic values of the college, the university and the city. So to conclude, whilst the addition of the new sculpture would impact upon the architectural, landscape and aesthetic significance of the college and result in some harm to its significance, officers considered that it would nevertheless provide significant public benefit by adding a new dimension to historic and artistic aspects of the college, and that this would outweigh that harm. So, having taken into account the provisions of the development plan, MPPF, and the statutory requirements of section 66(1) and section 72 of the Town and Country Planning Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act 1990, the application is recommended for approval. So thank you, Chair. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much. So we've got the speaker, Nicolette, if you're ready to... Oh, you're here, right. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon. So you'll get 3 minutes to speak, Nicolette, and perhaps it'd be useful if you just let us know what your relationship with King's College is, perhaps to start off with before you start speaking on your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. So I teach at King's College, and I've been part of the committee organising this sculpture with Anthony Gormley. So I'm speaking on behalf of the college.
Thank you.
A commemoration of Alan Turing at King's College and in Cambridge is long overdue. Turing, perhaps King's most famous alumnus, is known for his groundbreaking work in computing, mathematics, mathematical biology, and code breaking at Bletchley. His impact and importance for younger generations is really incalculable. He was also prosecuted for his homosexuality, chemically castrated, and died young. Inspired by Turing's work and his life, the most distinguished living British sculptor, Sir Anthony Gormley, has designed a personalised sculpture. Made in Corten steel blocks and designed to turn a warm rust colour, the figure looks out assertively and yet holds itself protectively. 12 feet, it has a real sculptural presence, but it is also without a plinth and modest enough in scale to feel human in relation to other human beings. Gormley wishes it to stand at the heart of the college community, the place where Turing once felt most at home. The historic buildings at the chosen location have been repeatedly altered, most recently in the 1930s. The site is a good distance from the chapel and well to the side of the iconic views from the backs. We have provided a detailed heritage impact assessment of the site and, as you've seen, scaled photo montages showing the intriguing, yet I think gentle, impact of the sculpture in these surroundings. This is an intimate location. Here at the confluence of paths, college members mingle with Cambridge residents and university members walking through King's. Other more recently proposed sites were for the sculptor either too picturesque and romanticising by the river, or too isolating and monumentalising on King's Parade, also suggested. Back to the pandemic, about 1 million people pass through the college each year. It would be impossibly disruptive for the college, a working institution that requires quiet conditions for study and research to provide free access for all. But King's has nevertheless always been proud to welcome visitors and provide a path across the backs. Last month, the college opened its gates once again to the university members and holders of the Cambridge Residence Card, who will be able to pass directly by the sculpture. Paying visitors will also be able, at allocated times, to view from close up. It's hard to overestimate the public benefit of this major work of commemorative art for the college, university, and the city. It will, we all believe, be a source of great pleasure and interest to many, many people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So over to debate from councillors. I'll just say a couple of things before we get going. Firstly, this is a somewhat unusual item for us to consider. I trust members to get a robust debate out of this item. But I just want to say that I don't feel that it's going to be of any merit at all if we discuss the quality of the artwork in this committee, as we're neither competent nor trained to have that discussion. Harm has been mentioned, so harm is a planning term. Things can be harmful, but still be passed by planning committees. It's just a question of the amount of harm, so to bear that in mind. And the Conservation Officer has written in the report a few things which relate towards the end of what they've said to do with perhaps a smaller sculpture could be good, or a material with more affinity in its context, or a less prominent location. So of those three things, I would say, in my opinion, as chair of this committee, that a smaller sculpture is a discussion of its artistic merit, because the size of the sculpture is a part of this artwork. The artist has decided to do that, and that is what it is. So I don't feel that that's appropriate. I think the Conservation Officer is wrong to suggest that. The material that might be more affinity with its context, I believe that also the Conservation Officer is wrong to say that. And obviously it's the Case Officer's report here. I'm just quoting from that particular consultee. And core 10 steel has been used, and that's been described by the speaker Corten steel is a steel that's meant to rust, it's meant to go a brown colour. That's what the material is, and that's what the artist has chosen to use. So again, I refer to the artist has made a decision. And finally, in terms of a less prominent location, well, we have a location on the table. I feel that this committee should not be suggesting a different location, in my opinion, because that is where we are with that. If we want to have a different location, we need to refuse the item. That would be what would happen. Those are my own thoughts on it. Otherwise, I'm very much in favour of passing this item. I support it. I think it's a good application. Councillor Bajan. I apologise. I'm sorry. I didn't. Councillor Bajan, do you mind if I go to behind you first?
Yeah, you're the chair.
Excuse me, Chair, Councillor Collis and I.
Thank you, and apologies, Councillor Bajan. I think I just wanted to make a comment about the significance of this. If it had been for Alan Turing, we wouldn't have that screen that Mary had just presented on. We wouldn't have probably the microphone that our speaker had just presented from. We wouldn't have this, wouldn't have that. So I think we probably all agree on the significance of it. I just had two questions. One, I just want to check that this is a permanent installation. I'm assuming it is, but I don't want to make an assumption if it's wrong. And the question of public access, I mean, that's reassuring to hear, but I just wanted a bit more information on how much opportunity there would be for public access. You know, because it's a significant installation for Cambridge, and I feel that it should be for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Yeah, my questions are actually the same. What I would like to see, I don't know whether you can have a management plan on access, but I know that not everybody has a residence card, and I would like, if at all possible, there to be school trips to see it, something like that. The second question was, what happens if you did decide to move it? Do you need another planning application? And my third question, I wondered where this sculpture sat within the Slab Works group of sculptures by Anthony Gormley. Thank you.
So what was that last question, Councillor? Slab Works.
It is, I think it's called Slab Works, but this is part of a series by him, as far as I understand.
Thank you. Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. Have to admit before we start that I have visited the site and was shown round two possible sites for this installation. That did not affect my judgment that I'm going to make on this committee. My judgment is still more or less open. So, and I think a number of other councillors were there, and I think we should be declaring that. I think that I agree with most of the words of the presenter told us about Alan Turing. The other councillors said, you know, without this person, we might not even be here, let alone data televisions and having special microphones. I believe it's not actually the right function for the site in that location. That is a courtyard outside of a building on the side of the grade. The scale and massing, it's 10 foot high. It'll be dwarfed by the buildings around it, and that makes it inappropriate because this man was dwarfed by our society. We can do nothing to enhance the buildings or the Great Lawn. This is a Grade 1 listed building. The proposed statue has little to do with, nor adds to the heritage of the site in this location. should be on King's Parade. It should not be hidden from society. It should not only be accessible by people who deliberately enter the college, but should be accessible by the masses of people that walk on King's Parade. Down King's Parade with my granddaughter, I want her to say to me, "Who's that? What's that?" In the same way as she might say about the statue at the front of this building. And I will say, that is the man that cracked the Germans' code. That's the man that helped to shorten the Second World War. That is the man that was challenged by our society, neutered, punished, and sunk into obscurity because of the treatment of homosexuals at that time. That's what I want to be able to do. I want to be able to see this statue, not have it hidden away. I love the look of the statue. Sorry, but that's my opinion.
Right, Councillor, to apologise for your opinion. Councillor Dryden.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to say that I had an opportunity to have this site visit, I think it was over a year ago, or nearly a year ago, and we had a good chance then. It was a very helpful site visit. So I haven't got much more to say that I fully support this application.
Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I also attended the site visit, which was really useful. So I think for me, sorry, Councillor Bajan, I disagree. I think if you're going to put it somewhere, this is the appropriate place. I understand it's also under where his archives are stored, although nobody referred to that directly. I think that was mentioned on the site visit, that they're in that first floor window. So for me, it's the issue of the harm versus the public benefit. So I know there's no third-party objections, which is interesting. I expected there would be, so I'm taking that as a positive, in that the community generally in that area hasn't objected. I note that the bit it's nearest to has had some recent alterations, and it is off the kind of main image. If you Google King's College backs, you get the left-hand view, and this is actually often cut off completely. So I do find it an appropriate siting. Having said that, I do have some real concerns, I think Councillor Collis picked up, that the college are talking about substantial public benefits to the city. But we've got a £10 barrier to entry. I appreciate £10 isn't much over 3 years, but if you've got a family of 5, that's £50. And I'm really disappointed that we haven't got more from the college about how they're going to, in effect, do some outreach. So they're saying that the college councillor said they'll have some regular visits. Well, are these free? Are they, exactly like Councillor Gawthorpe would, I would really wish to see much stronger confirmation that this will be accessible. I understand the college's point that you don't want hundreds of people streaming by and disrupting, but I can't see any reason why the college hasn't been more open about it, because at the moment we're being asked to agree a public benefit against a harm, where the public benefit is they're probably going to look at maybe letting some people in, but we're not sure if we're charging. And that, to me, worries me. You know, I would like a commitment, or I'd like the officer's advice on whether we could condition that free entry should be provided at points. I'd like it to be looking at local schools, local arts students, and particularly those from disadvantaged backgrounds where the £10 probably would be a barrier. Picking up on Councillor Bajan's point that this does need to be public, because whilst I do personally like the statue, as the Chair said, that's a personal view, but the public benefit for me is not yet fully demonstrated, and I would welcome officers' views on how we can do that. I mean, my preference would have been that it come in for maybe 10 years, which I know has happened at some of the Oxford colleges, so that it's not permanent, but I appreciate we've got what we've got on the table. So I would really like to hear more about the public benefits that we could condition, because for me, without actual general public benefits, these are grade 1 amazing viewpoints, so we have to have a strong justification to overrule historic England. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I will admit that I'm a huge Anthony Gormley fan, and particularly of his installation Another Place in Crosby, which I visit frequently. It's near where my in-laws live. Part of the majesty of Another Place is that the statues really are a great fit for the setting and both enhance the other. I do not think that this is the case here. On the CGI images, the statue just looks dumped. There's no effort to fit it to the landscape. I think both the statue and the setting deserve better and should be separated. I will add that touring has associations with many places in Cambridge, in Bletchley and elsewhere, in Manchester. Turing, in fact, loved Cambridge so much that he did his own Monopoly set with Cambridge locations. We are not short of locations associated with Turing, and I think we can pick a better one. So I am minded to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
I think this statue is proposed to be in a space in front of these very important buildings. So it's in the setting of significant buildings. And I think by having a statue there, your view is drawn to a corner of Kings that you may actually have not noticed. And I think drawing some attention to that point will actually help the understanding of the buildings behind and how they link together. And we have great examples in Cambridge where we have significant historic buildings where there is modern intervention with some superb modern architecture. And I think when people see it and understand, you can appreciate the intervention and it actually enhances the historic buildings. I like the proportions of this statue. I like the way the materials change in a similar way to the stone changes. I think the scale of it is good. I like the way people move around it, and I like the way you glimpse it in the same way as the other Gormley statues. You can glimpse them and get close to them. I think the public access point is interesting. I lived in Cambridge for 35 years and didn't actually know there was such a thing as a Cambridge residence card. I think it'd be great if Kings actually allowed people to pick up a Cambridge residence card in their information shop or tell people, have it there, how you can get a card so that you can access the space. I think there's nothing, we could put in more statues around Cambridge to do with Turing. We put in a Turing tree. So I support this application and I would encourage the college to improve appropriate public access.
Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
If I remember, because I was also at a site visit, the artist, Anthony Gormley, the sculptor, he wanted it to be in this particular position and did actually explain about the viewpoints, and he was keener on that than the more domestic setting by the river. Now, I must admit, until that was explained to me, until I saw it, saw the position that it would be in, I was not terribly happy. But I'm also happy that it's as big as it is. I'd probably have something even bigger, but I do understand that the sculptor, it's going to be Kings that own it, not the maker. But yes, I would my big thing is, making sure that residents do get access to this and do see it and do understand the context and the reason it's there. Thank you.
I'd like to go back to the officer, but Councillor Bagent, something else?
A simple question, Chair. Is this Section 106 money that's paying for this sculpture, or is it King's College's own money?
Okay, so Mary, there were a few questions there, I think, but not a lot. So if you could just answer the questions, that'd be useful, please.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen, do you want to speak before or after?
I'll comment afterwards if that's okay.
Okay, so Stephen will speak after you, Mary. So if you just answer those questions first.
Okay, yes. few questions. Yes, as far as I'm aware, it will be a permanent installation. If it was to be relocated elsewhere on the grounds, then it would need further consent and other planning permission. And with regards to the question about the series of slab works, I've just looked something up quickly on the internet, so it may be not totally accurate, but there's sort of twists of 90 degrees from toe to head, contrasts guests' doubts of internalized mourning or loss with eager, outward-looking body forms relating to distant horizons. They're cast in one piece, and these solid cast iron works reference the stacking, propping, and cantilever of those slabs, as we've mentioned before. And it looks like there's 7 different types of shape or body form, and it looks like the one that is being proposed is called Think. So I think that's all I can add at the moment. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Lucy. Any questions that weren't answered there? I wasn't quite sure. I thought there were. Yes, Councillor Agent.
The source of funding for this statute, Chair.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Bora?
I asked if we could add a condition to ensure public access without charge, or perhaps, I don't know if we have a visitor management plan. I know this isn't a visitor attraction as such as a statue, but I'm sure we must use those for other sites, because I'm not comfortable with the public benefit unless I'm absolutely reassured that there is some free access to people, particularly residents around the city.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? No. So there are a couple of questions there then, Mary. The first one was, is this funded with S106 funding, or is it funded by the applicant? And secondly, well, you probably heard yourself what Councillor Bora said. Can we get responses to those, please?
Yeah. Yes, Chair. Well, as far as I'm aware, this is funded totally by the college itself and isn't reliant on any Section 106 funds. So that's that. Regarding a visitor management plan, potentially we could require perhaps more access, free access, perhaps not if agree some sort of management plan where we can have free access over the year, and for anybody who'd like to go and see it, but also to have some sort of potential access to visitors from schools and so on. I might just need to make sure that's acceptable. I'm not sure what Toby thinks, but I think it could be something that we could ask for more details to try to secure more, the potential for more free access to view it.
That's fine. Thanks, Mary. Yeah, okay. I mean, I think the question of making a payment to view the sculpture is a moot point, but then also we need to be cognizant of the fact that conditions need to be reasonable to the applicant, and we might not know all the parameters of operation of such a sculpture and such a site to be able to make it accessible by visitors. But just to go a bit further on that point, I mean, you know, I've been in Cambridge for tens of years. The applicant's been here for hundreds of years, and recently I've noticed that the grass is now sort of populated by people having picnics and stuff in front of King's College, which never happened in the past. And that's an interesting change. Things do change, and perhaps it might be that people could wander around the site and it wouldn't be an issue. I don't know, but that's for the applicant really to have a negotiated decision with the officers, I guess. But Stephen, you wanted to say something?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's a couple of points following on from the conversation. Clearly, understand Councillor Bajan's concern about whether this is the right site or not. But as you said at the beginning, Chair, we have to consider the application in front of us, and you have to determine as members whether this location is acceptable. We can't presuppose that if it was refused, it would be relocated to King's Parade. In in terms of the point around public access, now at the site visit a year or so ago by the planning committee, you raised a number of points of concern around the visibility of the sculpture and its presence in the city and the ability for the city to appreciate it. In the officer report on page 192, Kings have made a statement around what they consider to be the public benefit is and have highlighted potential difficulties with unconstrained public access to the site. Whilst recognising there is a charge for a city residence card, I think the making decisions to require public access for free to any individual are problematical when it comes to access to private land on which there are quite acute caring responsibilities that the college will have towards its students as well. So picking up on your point, Chair, I'd be concerned about a condition requiring it. Firstly, in terms of its reasonableness, but also its relationship to the proposal itself, recognising public access is a part of the public benefit. It's not one and the same, but it's part of the public benefit to the commemoration of Turing. I think a requirement for unfettered access to the college grounds might be disproportionate to the scale of the development and the harm that's taken place. I think there is a conversation outside of a planning application about how the colleges can facilitate particularly the appreciation of what the colleges are able to offer and the history by everyone in the city as opposed to those who can pay. But I think it would probably be going too far to require on the back of an application for a sculpture a measure of unfettered public access. What that means, therefore, is that in balancing the public benefit and the impact that has been determined by Historic England, but of course matter for individual members to determine as well in terms of the harm to the heritage assets, you should have regard to the levels of public access that are identified and also the viewpoints that are identified. But of course, public benefit is not just about public access, and it is a long-standing benefit that officers have considered over very many years that this sculpture will be in place, that we need to see as part of that balancing exercise. So, Chair, I don't think there's anything else I'd propose to add, but hopefully that's clarified the matter.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you, Stephen. Any more debate? Yes, Councillor Bora.
Thank you, Stephen. I do understand that. I suppose I'm just looking at on page 193. There's a little section that the College Council has agreed the college should develop plans for regular guided visitor access. I think what I was flagging was that it's a bit disappointing that it doesn't. I totally understand you don't want millions of people, but I think I was hoping that given that is inviting the public in, we'd have a little more detail or some control over the fact perhaps we could make it free for schools or, because for me, I understand the point about public benefit not just being general members of public for free. Obviously, we charge for lots of things. But for me, weighing that against the Conservation Officer in Historic England, that would help me more if we'd have had more information about that. And it worries me that I'm sure, to be fair, the college, as you said, are doing great things and they're not mowing the lawns and they're changing lots of things to make it, more biodiverse and more accessible. But for me, that is just a concern that although it's agreed here that they will do something, it's just not clear what. Thank you.
I mean, to speak to you directly, Councillor, you could put forward an informative to suggest that the applicant encourage access for local schools, that there will be school-led visits, etc. Maybe that's a possibility. I'll leave you to think about that. Councillor Bajan.
Anything, I'm very sorry for that. Just Googled this. It says a suggestion by a councillor to change the planned location from within the college to the front of King's Parade was rejected by the college. I presume that was me because I made it on the site visit. And then it goes on to say, the college said this would not meet its aim to honour Turing's position and influence within the college community and could risk the sculpture becoming an isolated icon. Now that is exactly why I wanted to see it on King's Parade. We can talk whatever we like about how people may pay £10 to visit the college. We can talk about how people can get Cambridge cards and get into the college, but it doesn't avoid the factor that this is an elite organisation celebrating a public heritage figure and hiding him away in the same way as he was hidden by British society because he was homosexual. This statue should be on King's Parade. It would not be an isolated icon. It would be something that we could talk to our grandchildren and they could talk to their grandchildren about. I'm not...
Right, okay, well, I mean, it's your prerogative to say what you want to say, Councillor Bejan, but I think you've been a bit harsh to the applicant. I mean, some people might call Cambridge University or King's College an elite institution, but in this context, they're just an applicant. And to say that they've put it where they put it because he was homosexual, I think is unreasonable, if not wrong. Well, maybe I misunderstood. Okay, well, thank you very much for that. So let's move on. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
I would just like to say I would support an informative on developing or a more detailed management plan. Perhaps the officers and the college, so that access, wouldn't be unfettered access. It would be, could be planned and managed, and especially to ensure that, as I said, school children and other groups who wouldn't normally go anywhere near King's and wouldn't actually, be likely to get a residence card, unfortunately, do get access and learn about this and the background.
Thank you. I think Mary did say that management plan was possible, but we can go back to her in a minute. Any more debate before I go back to Mary finally, before we make a decision? No? Okay, right. Mary, I think you mentioned the management plan, didn't you, Mary? Could you just come back on that?
Yes, Chair. So as Stephen Kelly's mentioned, it's unlikely that we would be able to impose it as a condition, but possibly as an informative, we could ask for that sort of information, and that the college consider making free access, as you say, particularly to school groups. So not just to visit the statue, but obviously the sculpture, but to visit the college itself.
Let's do that then, Mary, and then perhaps you can come back to Chair and Vice Chair and Spokes to make sure that we're happy with that, whatever that proposal is that's negotiated between the college and officers. Okay?
So
right.
I think so, Chair. I think it would be an informative that we would be attaching.
Oh yeah, sure, I understand.
Yeah.
Was there
Okay,
anything else,
thanks.
Mary, before we go to the vote? No. I don't see any more outstanding questions. Members happy? Yep, okay. In that case, let's go to the vote. Well, the recommendation first, perhaps, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 196, and that is to approve planning permission subject to the planning conditions as set out below. There are only 2 planning conditions, and an additional informative in relation to a public access management plan. Any submissions in relation to that to be consulted through Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes.
So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Aye.
Against?
1, 2, Chair. 2 against.
No, 3.
Sorry.
Against again, please.
Oh, sorry, Chair. 3.
Yep, and abstentions?
1.
Right, so the item is approved. Thank you very much. So let's have a short break now for a drink and a walk around. So we'll come back at 3:25, please. And thanks to the Speaker.